Okay, welcome back. Just to check that the live stream is working. Not excellent, thank you. And do we have, yes, if you could. Hello, so this is Inspector Searson. Unfortunately, you can't see me. I think you're there. Mr. Yu?
Yes, hi. I can see you. Hi.
Hello, thank you. Thank you so much for your patience. We've had quite a long examination this morning. I know you've been waiting, so I do appreciate that. So if you'd like to introduce yourself to the inquiry and read out what you wanted to say in respect of the appeal proposals. Thank you.
Yes, hi everyone. My name is IC Wong. I am the resident in Britannian Village, which the location is very close to the city airport. So what I want to say, I object this proposal because it's really pose a like huge negative impact to my life and my family. So because we live very close to the airport, actually noise generated by the flight is has significantly disturbed to my daily life, especially my work activity, because sometimes I work from home after COVID, and when the flight I pass by when I am having the work meeting, I couldn't work. And then also the current situation, the disruption also take away my quality rest time and leisure time after work in the weekday evening. So I was saying that I'm trying to say that the remaining 24-hour quiet in the weekend actually is the time for me to recharge myself mentally and physically. And also, I want to highlight that my partner, he is work on the shift base. Sometimes he had to get a rest after night shift in the weekday, and then he has a very poor sleep quality during the weekday because of the aircraft noise. Unfortunately, I cannot move out from this area because I am the leasehold owner in this area. I cannot move out. So I really wish all of you, the inspector, to consider my opinion and my feeling as a resident in this area, and this is a no to me. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Did you have any questions, Mr. Hobson? Okay, thank you so much for your time today, and apologies again for the delay. So thank you.
No problem. I've been waiting for 2 hours. Why keep waiting? Because I want everyone to hear a voice from a resident. So yeah, thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Okay. So we now move on to the noise topic, which is the substantive issue in terms of the inquiry. So we have Mr. Rupert Thornley Taylor, who's also been patiently waiting this morning. So thank you for that. So, Mr. Straker, if you want to take your witness through evidence in chief.
I'm much obliged, madam, and you should have, and the inquiry should have, summary proof of evidence from Mr. Thornley Taylor and a proof of evidence from Mr. Thornley Taylor. What I propose to do is, having introduced him to the inquiry, is to take him through certain parts of his main proof, but to leave, so to speak, everything else as read, assuming in that regard that you have had an opportunity to read the proof. And so I introduce you to the inquiry, Mr. Thornley Taylor. You win the prize, by the way, of the person who's been involved in consultancy for the longest at this inquiry, one way or the other. You are the senior professional here. And you are Rupert Morris Thornley Taylor, a fellow and founder member of the Institute of Acoustics and recipient of their Raleigh or Rayleigh Medal? Rayleigh Medal for outstanding contributions to acoustics. And then you describe your fellowship of the International Institute of Acoustics and Vibration, being a member of the Institute of Noise Control Engineering of the United States. You're also a past president and honorary member of the Association of Noise Consultants, and you've specialized exclusively in the subjects of noise, vibration, and acoustics for more than 59 years. And you record in the following paragraph in your proof, which is 1.1.3, that you've provided consultancy advice with respect to London City Airport since its earliest stages. And you've also recorded there how you've been consultant to many planning authorities, promoters of, objectors to, and those who've sort of made claims in respect of airport development schemes, which ranges from Heathrow to Southend, Hong Kong to Nanjing, as well as a number of smaller aerodromes and proposals that didn't proceed, such as Maplin and Filton.
That's right.
And you were consultant to the inspector at the Dublin Airport oral hearing, and you're part of the team advising the Airport Noise Competent Authority for that airport in the capital of the Republic of Ireland. Your practice has carried out aircraft noise studies for the United Kingdom Department of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, and you were a member of the external review group of the World Health Organization Environmental Noise Guidelines for the European region.
I was.
Thank you very much. Now, in your proof, you've got a section headed the planning history and environmental information. I want to pick that up at, if I may, at 2.1.3. And I'd like to ask you, please, you having stated in that opening part of the paragraph that you prepared a report for the London Docklands Development Corporation of a proposal for an aerodrome for short takeoff and landing aircraft. I want you to pick it up and to tell us by reading, please, the sentence which begins, "It was recommended." This is your report, I think. "It was recommended that a Section 52 agreement should be used." Can you see that and then read on from there?
Yes, it was recommended that a Section 52 agreement should be used to limit the types of aircraft which may be operated from the stall port according to their noise characteristics, and to limit the number of permissible movements and hours of operation.
Yes, and pausing there, you then go on to describe the public inquiry that was held, but the outcome was that hours of operation were limited.
Indeed.
And have hours of operation at the London City Airport, under whatever name it's been given, Stoleport or London City Airport, always been in place?
There has always been a ban on night flights. Night is defined as up until 6:30. And the Saturday afternoon respite period, while it appeared as a firm planning condition later in the planning process, in my recollection, there were not actually flights on Saturday afternoons right from the outset.
And the focus at the outset was it on business travel?
Indeed, yes.
And I don't ask you to read on as far as the planning sequence is concerned, because we all know, and we saw yesterday, the 2016 appeal decision, where the Secretary of State expressed his view that it was considered necessary for there to be a condition to meet the planning purpose to safeguard amenity in terms of noise. Now, could you please then pick the matter up again at policy context, where you go through a number of matters for policy. But I want you to touch upon, please, if you don't mind, 3.4.5.
In June 2018, the government published Beyond the Horizon, the Future of UK Aviation, Making Best Use of Existing Runways. That's core document 3.5.03. Madam, I apologise for some erroneous CD references in the TypeScript. I will correct them, and I have issued a separate sheet with CD references in them. This document stated, amongst other things, 1.29, therefore, the government is supportive of airports beyond Heathrow making best use of their existing runways. However, we recognise that the development of airports can have negative as well as positive local impacts, including on noise levels. We therefore consider that any proposal should be judged by the relevant planning authority, taking careful account of all relevant considerations, particularly economic and environmental impacts and proposed mitigations. This policy statement does not prejudge the decision of those authorities who will be required to give proper consideration to such applications. It instead leaves it up to the local, rather than national, government to consider each case on its merits.
Pausing there, Mr. Thornley-Taylor, that document is in fact dated June 2018. We know the CAD inquiry was, I think, 2016, a couple of years previous to that. The approach of the government at the time in 2016, did that reflect what later came to be said in 1.29 that you've just read?
Yes.
Okay. And if we can then go on to the noise policy statement for England, and I only want you here to touch upon 3.4.11 really, and this is just so that we get into mind the acronyms that you use or noise people use. 3.4.11, please.
The statement refers to two established concepts from toxicology that are currently being applied to noise impacts, for example, by the World Health Organization, namely the no observed effect level, NOEL, and the lowest observed adverse effect level, LOEL. This is the level above which adverse effects on health and quality of life can be detected. It also introduces the concept of significant observed adverse effect level, SOEL. This is the level above which significant adverse effects on health and quality of life can occur.
Thank you, Mr. Thornley-Taylor. And can I then ask you, please, to go to 4.10, your proof, so that you can help the inquiry on themes emerging from a review of noise policy and other guidance.
Government policy as it relates to noise from airport development is spread across several documents stretching back several years. Fundamental policy statement, it's the noise policy statement for England, is supported by the concept of lowest observed adverse effect level, LOEL, and significant observed adverse effect level, SOEL, but leaves the assignment of numerical values to LOEL and SOEL to be determined outside the policy statement itself. Some statements of numerical values and their relevance have appeared in the documents reviewed in my proof, and it has been possible to piece together a numerical framework for the purpose of applying noise policy. The statement of common ground includes the statement, quote, the NPSE SOEL LOEL thresholds are appropriate to consider effects on health and quality of life. London Borough of Newham does not agree that they address the loss of the Saturday afternoon curfew. And in accordance with policy, the ES uses the lowest observed adverse effect level, LOEL, and the significant observed adverse effect level, SOEL, in the assessment. These have been assigned values based on government guidance and established practice. For daytime noise, the LOEL is 51 dBLA Q16R, and SOEL is 63 dBLA Q16R. For nighttime noise, the Lowell is 45 dBA. LAQ 8R, and the Seoul is 55 dB LAQ 8R. London Borough of Newham consider that these are insensitive to the presence, absence, or removal of curfew periods and are not therefore agreed. The derivation of these numerical values is as follows. For Lowell, the statement in the Navigation Guidance 2017 provides a reasonable basis for setting Lowell at 51 dB LAQ 16R and 45 dB LAQ 8R for the day and night time, respectively. The Aviation Policy Framework's reference to 57 dB LAQ 16R cannot be interpreted as Seoul, but since government policy is to avoid Seoul, and therefore there's no government policy to avoid exposure to 57 dB LAQ 16R. It has been established, however, that the government regards mitigation at the receptor as a way of avoiding Seoul. See, for example, paragraphs 69 to 72 of the Thames Tideway decision and paragraphs 152, 154 and 155 of the Manston Airport decision. Therefore, it is logical to align Seoul with recommended noise insulation thresholds, which leads to the numerical value of 63 dB LAQ 16R for Seoul. The figure of 55 LAQ 8R for nighttime Seoul accords with the night noise guidelines for Europe interim target. These values assigned to Lowell and Seoul are the same as those used in the Bristol Airport public inquiry, and the inspectors did not recommend any change. For reasons which are unclear, Stansted Airport ES adopted the figure of 54 dB LAQ 8R as night time, Seoul 1 dB lower than in the other schemes, but otherwise chose the same set of numerical values as Bristol and Luton. It follows that at Lowell and above, noise should be mitigated and minimised, and at or above Seoul, avoidance can be achieved by the provision of mitigation in the form of sound insulation at the receptor. The essential issue that arises from a review of policy and guidance on aviation noise is that there is no formal method of assessing on a scientific basis the effect of ending a curfew at an airport. It is noted at 17.1D of the Statement of Common Ground that, and I quote, it is agreed that the Survey of Noise Attitudes 2014 survey data includes Heathrow, where a night flying voluntary curfew is in place, 4:30 for arrivals and 600 for departures, as well as predictable periods of daytime respite east of the airport provided by alternation of arrival runways when the airport is in westerly mode of operation. London Borough and Newham contend that there is no assessment methodology currently available for assessing the effects of removing the Saturday afternoon curfew at London City. End of quote. What is not available is a set of data equivalent to the SONA 2014 survey for Heathrow without a night flight voluntary curfew in order to compare the two and enable an evaluation of the effect of that voluntary curfew on community response. Even if there were, the effect of a voluntary curfew in hours when most people wish to sleep would not be the same as for Saturday afternoon. However, the absence of an established and accepted formula for assessing the effect of removing a respite period does not mean that an informed judgment cannot be made in the decision-making process.
Thank you, Mr. Thornley-Taylor. And then to move on in your proof, please, you moving over the regulatory framework and the application proposals, you have a section headed Assessment Methodology, and here it might be helpful, please, if you were to go through your material from 7 to 1.
The numerical quantification of aircraft noise in general is well established. The methodology used in the ES is conventional with regard to noise occurring within the conventionally adopted time periods, particularly the noise contour period of mid-June to mid-September, separately assessed for night and day. The unusual feature of this application is that there are potential effects that are very specific to local circumstances, namely the increase in early morning aircraft movements and the loss of respite on Saturday afternoons. Noise indices of any kind are only of use if they're linked to the results of noise and social surveys or incidents of health effects, which permit the establishment of a correlation between numerical noise index values and changes in those values and observed effects in the population. There are very limited data in the literature to enable noise indices and changes in their values to be used to assess the significance of the effect of increase in the number of aircraft movements in the half hour between 0630 and 0700. There is only information relating to the full night period 2300 to 0700. There's some information about the role played by respite periods for populations around airports, particularly in the case of airports with more than one runway, where runway mode segregation or alternation is possible. The ES in this case departs from established convention by including some night movements in the daytime noise contours. The daytime noise, the standard 16-hour period assessed in the UK is 0700 to 2300.
Just pausing there, is that the standard 16 hours when one talks about dBLAEQ? One's doing an average over that 16-hour period.
One is taking into account all aircraft movements in that period, 0700 to 2300, yes. Unless you are London City Airport, in which case you take into account aircraft movements 0630 to 2300. They've done it since the beginning. I've never quite understood why it's a bit of an idiosyncrasy. It doesn't really have any consequence.
Very well, if you return to your proof where I interrupted you, I think.
All London City Airport daytime contours have generally been produced based on the airport's operational hours 0630 to 2230, thus including all flights that occur at the airport. The 8-hour night and the 8-hour night period contours have been based on the standard UK night period 2300 to 0700. There's thus some overlap between the aircraft whose noise is accounted for in the daytime contours and those covered by the nighttime contours, in that aircraft movements between 0630 and 0700 are included in both. This departure from convention has a negligible effect on the conclusions of the assessment. A further unconventional approach has been introduced specifically for the issue of Saturday afternoons. In addition to these primary metrics, due to the proposed changes in Saturday operational hours, a specific assessment of weekend noise has been undertaken. Air noise predictions have been undertaken in terms of standard daytime LAQ 16-hour metric, but the predictions are based on only the aircraft movements at the weekend. This is not a standard assessment metric. This has not been done before, and the method of drawing conclusions from the outcome is not an established procedure, with the result that the conclusions need to be regarded with caution. Key feature of the noise assessment in the ES is that a change in outdoor noise level in the range 0 to 1.9 dB LAQ 16-hour, LAQ 8-hour, is treated as negligible. Chapter 8, paragraph 8.3.98, points out that, quote, a semantic scale of this type, based on the AEMA noise impact guidelines, has been widely accepted in the assessment of other UK airport development projects, such as the recent Bristol Airport application and the Luton Airport Development Consent Order application. End of quote. Does not note that for the 2022 Luton Section 73 application called in inquiry, the ES regards a 1 dB increase as significant, where the noise exposure was above so. However, in his decision, the Secretary of State agreed with the inspectors, who changed the word significant to notable, in quoting from the applicant's EAS, with regard to residential receptors receiving a 1 dB or more increase above so, leaving the word unchanged with regard to non-residential receptors.
Thank you, Mr. Thornley-Taylor. With the leave of the inspectors, I'm going to take the following paragraphs as read, but ask you to pick the matter up, please, at 7 to 12, where you come to sleep disturbance?
With regard to sleep disturbance, the percentage highly sleep disturbed presented in the World Health Organization Environmental Noise Guidelines for the European region 2018 are, there's a table there. There are 3 columns. The left column is L night, which is very similar to LAQ8R, except it is calculated taking into account annual nighttime movements, not mid-June to mid-September nighttime movements, as is the practice in the UK. Then the second column is of percentage highly sleep disturbed. That's percentage of the population who were found in the surveys to be highly sleep disturbed. And then the third paragraph gives the 95% confidence limits which you apply to that central figure for the percentage highly sleep disturbed. And it shows, for example, that at 45 L night, 15% of the population are highly sleep disturbed. 50 L night, 19.7% of the population are highly sleep disturbed. And I'll read on at 7.2.13.
Please.
Broadly speaking, an increase of 1 dB results in an extra 1% of the population being highly sleep disturbed. The ES finds that in several locations there are increases of up to 2 dB in summer 8 hours, which, if there is no major seasonal variation, is equivalent to L night. But the additional population likely to be highly sleep disturbed is not reported. The research which led to these figures did not take into account whether or not the residents studied had sound insulation installed in their homes. If that were taken into account, percentage highly sleep disturbed could be less than reported in the WHO environmental guidelines. And this may partly explain the very large overlap of the 95% confidence limits, the third column of the table above.
Then the weekend curfew, please.
The change in the weekend curfew period from the current 12:30 Saturday until 12:30 Sunday by the introduction of aircraft movements between 12:30 and 18:30 or 19:30 BST Saturdays is a noise effect unique to London City Airport. There is therefore no established noise index for quantifying or assessing the effect. The scheduled absence of aircraft movements is referred to as respite, and studies that have been carried out into the benefits of respite have not yielded a deterministic method of assessment.
Thank you very much. Then I'll take as read, please, section 8 and section 9, and invite you to give your conclusions to this inquiry, please. Section 10.
The main issue before this inquiry, as far as noise is concerned, is whether, in the first reason for refusal, the words significant harm are true. That is, whether, quote, the proposal by reason of the additional morning and Saturday flights and reduction of the existing Saturday curfew would result in a new material noise impact, which would result in significant harm to the residential amenity of nearby residential properties. Unquote. Additional issues are whether, if there would be significant harm, this would be contrary to policies D13 and T8 of the London Plan 2021, policies SP2 and SP8 of the Newham Local Plan 2018, and whether that would be A, sufficiently mitigated, or B, outweighed by other advantages of the appeal proposals. B depends on matters such as forecasting, outside the scope of my evidence. The appellant's environmental statement concludes that in 8.8.6, quote, nobody is forecast to experience a significant increase in nighttime air noise levels between the do minimum scenario and the development case scenario, with the vast majority of people forecast to experience a negligible increase of less than 2 dB. Given that some of those experiencing the increase are exposed to noise at levels above Seoul, this conclusion is at odds with the decision of the Secretary of State in the Lucian 73 application, who found that an increase of 1 dB above Seoul was notable. The applicants found it to be significant. There are people, ES table 8.25, who may not be in the vast majority, but are forecast to experience an increase in the night noise index, which by the appellant's own criteria is not negligible. I explain why in 7.2.13 in my proof. Considering only vast majorities is not an acceptable method of assessment. With regard to Saturday afternoon, the ES finds, start quotation, 8.8.7, the number of people exposed to air noise during the weekend in 2031 will remain similar to 2019, as the greater use of quieter new generation aircraft by 2031 will offset the increase in weekend movements. The number of people exposed to air noise during the weekend will be more for the development case scenario compared to the do minimum scenario. This is due to the proposed extension to the airport's operating hours on Saturdays into the early evening and the resulting increase in weekend movements. Comparing the development case and the do minimum scenario, all changes in weekend air noise are forecast to be negligible. It's less than 2 dB. It's the end of the quotation. This conclusion regarding negligibility is based on the application of a weekend noise index that has no technical support and cannot be used to measure community response to removal of the Saturday afternoon curfew. The conclusion is at odds with the views of surrounding residents received following the publication of the application details. There's no validated technical test for assessing the changes that will occur during the Saturday afternoon period. Those changes will be very obvious and will undoubtedly be experienced by those living and working within the local area. It is therefore necessary to make a value judgment and compare the factual positions, namely the current case with no flights operating from the airport to be replaced by an increasing number of flights within a 6-hour period during Saturday afternoon.
Just pausing there, Mr. Thornley-Taylor, that obviousness of the changes is extant, even though the proposal is for the larger, quieter aircraft to fly.
Indeed, it will be plain as a pikestaff on Saturday afternoon. Aircraft have started flying and they haven't ever done that before.
And as far as the amenity is concerned, will still be an effect on the amenity, which is desired to be protected by the present condition.
That's the conclusion which the planning committee reached, having taken into account my review of the application and the noise assessment.
Thank you. Then I don't need, I think, to ask you to read the remaining 2 paragraphs of your proof, and in the final paragraph, you simply confirmed it's been, your proof has been prepared in accordance with proper professional practice.
Yes.
And so thank you very much, Mr. Thornley-Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Straker. It's
That's probably
it's 1:45. Do you want to start doing sort of short cross-examination now, break for lunch and then come back, or should we have an early lunch? I'm in your hands. Just swap the mics. Seems to work better when it's on the desk somehow. Mysteriously.
So that's the thing.
Just the thing. Yeah, if you clip that to your tie, if you could clip it higher up, it might. You're very softly spoken in direct contrast to Mr. Straker. He's the opposite.
Very good. So that's big. Tony Taylor, I'm just going to outline for you, partly for the inspector, the sort of structure of this cross-examination, what we're going to look at. I'm going to start by just touching on the areas of agreement and disagreement and trying to identify what's between the parties. Then going to ask you about policy context, decision making, and talk about assessment methodology. Then I'm going to focus on what I think are the three principal areas of agreement. There will be sub-points within these, but the 0630 to 059 movements, the early morning movements, the weekend only movements, and that methodology there, and then the 1 dB, 2 dB above soul difference. Then we're going to talk about significant effects, touch on health effects, and then mitigation. So that's where we're going. Okay, thank you. So let's start with let's start with your proof, because you sort of tell us in a sense in your paragraph 2.2.1 what this is all about. And you say the decision of the Strategic Planning Committee was made on the basis of two issues: noise from additional movements in the morning and newly introduced movements in the afternoon. So those are the two principal things we're going to focus on. But I want to look at the statement of common ground. Now, in my list, I actually put CD reference 11.1. I think the latest version is 11.2, but the relevant parts are exactly the same. So if you've got 11.1, I think 11.2 simply added some appendices. So you go to either 11.2 or 11.1, please. And within that, turn to PDF page 24. Yeah. 23. And we will go through, we'll touch lightly on them, but what will be very apparent when we go through, hopefully to the inspectors, is that this is one of those cases where there is a very large degree of agreement between the parties. Is that fair?
That's fair.
So on that page, paragraph 3.9 introduces the matters which are agreed and set out in table 9.1. And if we look at that, we can see, for example, first row, substantive row, the scenarios are all considered appropriate. Next one, the forecasts for relevant scenarios have been provided by experienced forecasters. The study area, the next one, appropriate based on the largest extent of likely significant effects. Study area, tells us, is based on the extent of the noise contours provided to the lowest adverse effect level. So there's no issue between us. There may be an issue with HACCP, but there's no issue between us, is there, that we have looked at the correct study area?
There is no issue.
A little bit further down, the air noise computation methodology in the modeling software is all appropriate. And the next one, the top of PDF page 25, real.
Not all appropriate. I've explained about the idiosyncrasy of the 6:30 to 7 flights being included in the daytime.
Yes, but as you told us just now, that's an idiosyncrasy and it makes no material difference, does it?
I did, yes.
I think there are historic reasons. So the inspectors understand, in effect, we've double counted those 6:30 to 7 o'clock movements. They appear both in the daytime noise, those movements, and in the nighttime noise. Is that fair?
That's right. It's practice that the contractors who produce the contours, particularly Howard Partners, do follow. I work with them at several airports. They did it at Belfast City Airport as well. Always raise my eyebrows. Never fully understood why they do it, but what it does do as an airport which doesn't publish separate night contours is that it avoids drawing attention to the fact that there are flights within formal night period of 2300 to 0700.
Yes. But for this inquiry, we obviously do have night contour.
We do now have night contours because I think my concerns have prevailed.
Yes. Let's put that slight double counting to one side. Bottom of page, real page 23, top of page 24, the air noise computation methodology and software is appropriate, and the top of page 24, the inputs to the model are correct, aren't they?
Yes.
And next one, no issue about having identified the appropriate sensitive receptors. That's all agreed between us.
Yes.
Now, the next one is one where there's some areas of agreement and some areas of disagreement, and this is where it's important that we identify those for the inspector. So noise indices. Appropriate noise indices have been produced for the scenarios. The primary noise indices are the normal daytime LAQ 16 hour and the nighttime LAQ 8 hour for the summer period. The separate assessment of weekend noise has been undertaken but is not agreed as appropriate. So when the inspectors look at the overall conventional assessment matrices, the summer period 16-hour LEQ and the night AQ, that is perfectly appropriate. There's nothing between us on that. What you are drawing attention to here is this, what you call the supplementary weekend figures.
Yes, Madam, you have no means of making any use of that data because, as I've explained, noise indices are just numbers until they are used in the context of a noise and social survey, which produces a correlation between values of a noise index and the response of a population. A newly created noise index for which that kind of social survey has not been carried out has no mechanism for interpreting its meaning in terms of enabling you to predict what the response of the population will be. So there's nothing you can do with the weekend noise index values. They serve no purpose.
And if the inspectors, don't suggest they did, but if they simply ignored those, we would be left with the conventional matrices that apply to every airport in the UK.
Yes, and of course, they would be identical for the two cases, A, without Saturday afternoon, and B, with Saturday afternoon, if the total number of aircraft movements was the same in the assessment period, mid-June to mid-September, 0700 to 2300. And that draws attention to the fact that we are at sea. We have no deterministic way of evaluating this proposal, because if you use the established conventional indices, you get identical numbers for the two cases, so it doesn't get you anywhere. It could be inferred that means the two cases have identical effects, but that's patently not true. We only have to listen to people giving evidence to this inquiry that there is a difference between Saturday afternoons and other afternoons.
If we look in that same row, but we look in the right-hand box and the third paragraph down, it says a feature of the application is to change the operating hours on Saturday and consequential change to activity at the weekend. This was acknowledged by the applicant during the scoping, where a specific assessment was included. LBN scoping response concluded that a separate consideration of weekend daytime noise seemed appropriate. So we put forward this methodology, we put forward this assessment, and we go to the scoping opinion if you want, but it's recorded here in the SOCG. LBN told us it was appropriate.
Some method has to be applied to evaluate the effect of the proposal. In the end, my view has concluded, as I said in reading excerpts from my proof, that it's actually a value judgment.
Yes.
Madam, you will need to judge on the basis of non-technical considerations whether this is a significant effect or not. It's a unique occasion in our court inquiries where people like me can't help you.
But we should recall, don't we, that what was agreed as appropriate was the assessment that was included in that scoping report.
Yes, we do need to assess Saturday afternoon.
And that is the assessment methodology we're using to do it.
The assessment methodology that was used suffers from the drawbacks that I've identified.
All right, well, the inspectors have got that point. A bit further down, we also know, still in that right-hand column,
Which page are we on now?
page 25 now, still in that right-hand column, a bit further down, it is agreed that SONA, you see that one? So we're still in effect the same box. I took you to the third
Yes, I've got that.
paragraph.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is agreed that the SONA 2014 survey includes Heathrow where a night flight voluntary curfew is in place, gives the times, as well as predictable periods of daytime respite east of the airport by alternation. When the airport is in westerly mode of operation, it's noted that LBN contend that there is no assessment methodology currently available for assessing the effects of reducing the Saturday afternoon curfew at London City. So again, that's one of the points that you're making. It's one of the differences, isn't it? Next row down, the modelled outputs, those are all agreed. So although the inspectors need to note, although you're disagreeing with the interpretation of the weekend contours and the numbers, you're not suggesting that the numbers themselves and the contours are wrong. That's all agreed.
That's agreed.
Next one down is also important. We need to note. Sorry, I just want to go to another one. Yeah, in modelled output, sorry, just one more point to note in that. So it's still on the modelled output one. With the proposed amendments, the area of the daytime 57 contour is forecast to reduce compared to that of 2019 and be around 20% less than the current contour limit set by 2031. Now we just need to unpack that slightly. So it's agreed between us that the width development contour, and inspectors can see it themselves by inspecting the figures, but the width development contour is less than 2019 and 20% less than the current contour area. Now, the important point there is that, of course, 2019, the actual 2019 figures, the airport was not operating at its capacity, was it?
I'm not the witness to deal with that. Obviously, the comparison of the contours is 100% dependent on the input assumptions about aircraft movements, about which we've heard evidence, and I don't offer any evidence myself about the forecasting matters.
No, not asking you to do that, but if we, let's turn then to CD 1.15. PD 1.15, tell me when you've got to the document. 1.15. Sorry.
Yes, I have it.
And turn to, what is, I think, PDF page 43. So actual page 8-41.
Yes, I have that.
You can see the point I'm making. Inspectors can see in table 8.22. In 2019, the 57 dB contour was 8.7 square kilometers. And so when the inspectors look at all the population figures or the dwelling figures, that's based on a contour of 8.7. But if we now just point to another document, I'm sorry to take to this, but because you didn't feel able to agree the figures, go now to CD 2.7. It's 2.7, that's correct. What was on this? Oh, I do apologize, I'm sorry. My fault. It's simply the original CADA planning permission.
Yes, I have that.
And again, turn to PDF page 9. And you can see the existing condition 33 that the Secretary of State imposed. And that's a contour of 9.1 square kilometers.
Yeah.
So in other words, in 2019, the airport was still well within its permitted contour, and therefore when the inspectors are comparing future years with 2019, they do need to understand that the airport was not operating to the maximum extent of what it was permitted to do in 2019, and that's why the Statement of Common Ground agreed that to do something in the future is around 20% less than the current contour limit. That's why you were able to agree. Yep.
Yeah.
All I've done, because you said you weren't able to comment on the things, I've just taken you to the inspectors to the data. Just a few more points on these things. So then back to the Statement of Common Ground. So CD 11.2 and 11.1, if that's the one you had open. Again, the inspectors should note, and you do touch on this in your proof, under the MPSE thresholds, that the thresholds for Seoul and Lowell are appropriate to consider the effects. But your point that you made that you don't think they address that Saturday afternoon, but those values we can see from the right-hand column, the ones that are in the evidence, Lowell at 51, and Seoul at 63, nighttime Lowell at 45, nighttime Seoul at 66, sorry, 55. That's all agreed between us.
Yes.
Again, you tell us a little bit later in the next thoughts about not agreeing loss of Saturday afternoon. That's familiar. We understand that. Again, top of PDF page 27, it's agreed between the parties that that with the proposed amendments, the number of people exposed to significant levels of daytime noise will reduce compared to 2019. That we were touching on, but this time in relation to population, will be in line with that predicted in the parent commission. So there's nothing in the CADA permission or the forecasts in that we are inconsistent with, as it's agreed the impacts are in line with that predicted in the CADUP Commission.
Yes.
And again, I can take you to all the tables, but I suggest we don't need to.
I haven't muted you, Mr. I don't, whether the batteries are, oh, is it working?
No, it seems to be working again now. I think I just didn't like that question, maybe. It got tired of me. We're also agreed, aren't we? And we will touch on this later, a little bit further down on page 27, that the proposed mitigation represents an improvement from that currently offered and is in accordance with good practice. And we'll come to this, but by good practice, in part, you are referring to the MPSE guidance on mitigate, avoid, and so on, and indeed where that's dealt with further in the planning practice guidance. So you're accepting, as I understand it, that where we're above thresholds that we need to insulate, we have done that. In fact, we've gone beyond it. And where we need to mitigate, we have mitigated.
Yes.
And again, the assessment conclusion, it's agreed that allowing for the proposed mitigation, the effects on the overall daytime noise are not considered significant, except that the council does not agree the conclusion regarding the significance of the loss of the Saturday afternoon. So break that down into two bits. So looking at it overall and allowing for mitigation, the overall daytime noise for the 92-day period, which includes all days, that's not significant. None of the results show a significant effect.
Yeah.
But you're again making the point, and it's explained further in the right-hand column. I've touched on it. I don't need to go to it again. That you think that the change, though overall for the 92-day period, none of the effects are significant. If one focuses just down on those hours, you don't accept the conclusion for those hours.
Correct.
And that is probably a convenient point just to stop if that's acceptable.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll break now for lunch. We'll come back at 2:10. You're obviously going to have to isolate, so someone can bring you a sandwich there, but you'll have to stay there. Okay, so we'll come back at 2:10. Thank you. It's working. Oh, is it working? No. Okay, welcome back. So we'll reconvene the cross-examinations. Mr. Humphreys, when you're ready.
Adam, thank you very much for that. Mr. Thornley-Taylor, in line with the outline I gave you at the beginning, we're now going to touch on some policy issues, and you cover these in section 3 of your proof. And I'm obviously not going to examine you generally on policy, that's for Mr. McFadden, but I'm just going to touch on some of the policy themes, aviation policy themes that you've introduced. And so, firstly, the overarching aviation noise policy, which you start talking about at section 3.4 of the proof. But let's go to the policy itself, which is CD 3.5.8. Let me know when you've got it. Perfect. And see from the front cover what it is. It's the 2023 overarching aviation noise policy. See from PDF page 3 right at the top. It was contemplated in flight path to the future that there would be that there would be a statement on next steps in noise policy published. It was expected to be published last year. It hasn't been, but this sets out, it says in advance of this, to frame night noise abatement objective. They're publishing the government's revised overarching noise policy statement, and you can see there the 2 indented quotations. This is now the overarching policy. So the overall policy on aviation is to balance economic and consumer benefits of aviation against their social and health implications, in line with ICAO's balanced approach to aircraft noise management, taking into account national local context for passengers, freight operators, recognize additional health impacts of night flights. Aviation noise must be mitigated as much as practical and realistic to do so, limiting, where possible, reducing the total adverse impacts of health and quality of life. Now, a number of things that we need to just unpack there for the inspector. So one of the things that the new overarching policy did was to make shall I say, more explicit that noise and noise impacts needs to be seen in an overall socio-economic context, that there is, as I said, the ICAO balanced approach does require a balance of those things. And that was clarification, if you like, but in a certain sense, new.
I don't see anything new. I think that the balanced approach goes back many years.
The balanced approach goes back very many years, but the reason they put it here as the government's revised aviation noise policy statement is because this was making it explicit in UK policy, wasn't it?
It says what it says.
Okay. And we can see there the second bullet point talks about limiting and where possible reducing. That's language, isn't it, that has appeared in a number of places, but as you point out, appears in the aviation policy framework. Your paragraph 3.4.15, no need to look it up, but your paragraph 3.4.15 quotes from paragraph 2.12. I think that's one of the places where your CD references from. So 3.4.15, you say it's in CD 10.04. I think that's
Sorry, it's 3.2.1.
I think it's 3.5.1. I think.
Oh,
That's all right. I mean, I'm just giving the inspectors the
you're right.
cross-reference point scoring, just making sure the inspectors have got it. And so where in the aviation policy framework, and indeed in that second of the new overarching things, we see limit and where possible reduce, we need to understand what that language means. And again, back in the overarching aviation noise policy statement, it makes it clear. Turn to a bit further down that page that we were looking at, PDF page 3. Sentence, or paragraph that starts, we consider that. Do you have it? We consider that limit and where possible reduce remains appropriate wording. An overall reduction in total adverse effects is desirable in the context of sustainable growth. An increase in total adverse effects may be offset by an increase in economic and consumer benefits. Circumstances where there is an increase in total adverse effects, limit would mean to mitigate and minimize adverse effects in line with the noise policy statement for it. So again, when looking at this overall basket of policy, including the NPSE and the aviation policy framework, what the overarching aviation noise policy does is contextualize and explain what some of the expressions mean. Is that fair?
Yes, what has happened is a shift towards emphasis on health and quality of life compared with early policy documents that we see all back through the development of government aviation policy over the years.
Yes, and that itself is a reflection, isn't it, of the next document we ought to look at, which is the noise policy statement for England.
Yes, that's probably where that shift towards those first appeared.
Yeah,
and that's 2012, so it's 21 years ago.
I hope it might be actually 2010, but CD 3.7.2. Yes, March 2010.
Yes, sorry.
Sorry. And this is where you again touched on the concepts, but let's just see where NPSE deals with it. So turn to PDF page 8.
Are we still in the same document?
We're now in the noise policy statement for impact. So 3.7.2. I'm so sorry. I think I'd given reference. Clearly didn't or didn't well enough.
Yes,
And on PDF page 9, sorry, PDF page 8, I apologize, from paragraph 2.19 onwards, this is where those concepts that you talked about, OL, low and soul, are introduced, and you can see in the definitions of each of those the expression effect on health and quality of life.
yes,
And that's what, as you rightly say, the overarching policy is then picking up and putting into a socioeconomic context.
yes,
And in relation to those thresholds, those concepts of low and soul, paragraph 2.22 in MPSC makes it clear it's not possible to have a single objective noise-based measure that defines soul and Lowell, because it can apply to different situations. And so, rail noise might have one soul, road traffic noise, another soul, aviation noise, another soul. It's type of noise specific. But that's why it's important, isn't it, in CD 11.1 to whichever version you look at, that in this case, the Lowell and soul thresholds have been agreed.
that's correct.
And so for this particular application, aviation noise, they're agreed. The next thing I just want to touch on in MPSC is just the next paragraphs, because again, it's important for us to understand, the inspectors to understand, to help them to understand what the policy response is to exceeding the various different levels. And so we have the various aims. So you avoid, this is just above 2.23. First aim is to avoid significant adverse effects. So the word avoid.
Well, that's a very interesting point, because when we first saw this document, madam, we thought avoid meant do not allow it to happen, which is its true meaning. Mr. Humphreys and I were both present in the Thames Tideway Tunnel ECO hearings, and a lot of discussion took place about the fact there were significant observed adverse effect levels and that they weren't being avoided. When we got the Secretary of State's decision letter, he said that avoidance could be achieved by mitigation at the receiver, and that the provision of sound insulation did what the policy required, which we've taken as being government policy ever since. But it means that things are not quite what they seem if you just read the noise policy statement for England.
Yes. Mr. Tony Taylor, thank you. That's helpful. That saves at least two questions for me. Asking you to confirm that. Indeed, that's exactly the point that you make. No need to look it up, but in your paragraph 4.10.5, your proof 4.10.5, that's where you say soul can be achieved by the provision of mitigation in the form of sound insulation at the receptor.
Yes, by then, clients from Southwark were all ready to challenge that decision, but they were a day late, so we never had it tested.
I remember was in my court as well. And so we had the second aim is to mitigate and minimize adverse effects. And that's so for noise above the Lowell level, but below the soul, you minimize and mitigate. For noise above soul, you avoid, and you've explained to us what that means. And we touched on earlier your view on the mitigation in this particular case. But if we want to, in your paragraph 3.4.2, you quote from the 3.4.22, yeah, page 17, you quote from the APF advice on mitigation and insulation. And if we then, and I'm sorry to ask you to jump about, but we just look at Mr. Greer's table 6.1, Mr. Greer's page 40. Paper page 39. Page 39. Paper page 39. Because I've got everything electronically. Yeah, page. It's in that context, as we touched on before, that it's agreed in the second common ground that proposed mitigation represents an improvement from that currently offered and is in accordance with good practice and indeed in accordance with the various MPSE thresholds.
Yes.
Just touch on a couple of pieces of other guidance. The first one, frankly, just to complete the picture. You mention it in your section 4.2, but I'll take us to the actual document, which is planning practice guidance for noise. So this is CD 3.7.7.
Yes.
And within that document, on PDF page 4, the CD number is, sorry, 3.7.7, sorry. Within that document on PDF page 4, there's some sort of indented text which says noise exposure hierarchy table. We don't actually in the inquiry have that. On the PINS website is a click through to a document, but we do fortunately have it as being reproduced in Mr. Greer's evidence. I mean, literally cut and pasted, reproduced. So in his evidence, if you turn to PDF page 18, actual page 17. This table, again, is reflecting the MPSE levels. It introduces a new level at the upper end, doesn't it? You will know quite how to pronounce that one, but the unacceptable adverse effect,
Yes.
which is at the bottom of the table, there the action is prevent. And for airports, prevent is usually understood to mean that's where you would have to purchase the house if you were having an effect on house of that sort or something of that sort.
Yes.
But we don't have anything of that sort in this case, do we?
No.
So there we have all those things, and we can see, as I say, the action that is necessary, and we agree that that's been complied with. The next thing I want to ask you about is SONA. So the Survey of Noise Attitudes, second edition, which we have at CD 3.7.4. Let me know when you've got that.
Yes.
And
This is not the actual sonar, this is a technical view of it.
I've got the survey. Cap 1506,
No, that's not what came up with that, unless I clicked on the wrong one.
3.7.4 was the one I was replying.
Maybe.
3.74 is a technical review of phase one survey of noise.
3.7.4.
I think you probably want 3.7 point, no? 0.5,
There were 3.704.
23705.
So it's presumably there.
Lowercase letters after the number for some of them, and what the one that doesn't have any lowercase letters up.
Just 3.7.4.
Yes,
And this is, the title says, is the survey of noise attitudes, just abbreviated to sonar. And it's based on a number of questions that were asked to people around various UK airports. If I don't know whether the appendices have a separate number, but in the document that I was looking at, PDF page 82 had the sonar questionnaire.
yes,
And what the survey does, the CAA who conduct the survey are very careful to try and make it as neutral as possible so that people aren't prompted by, I don't know, airport expansion proposals or anything. And you get a series of very neutral questions. So if we turn to PDF page 92, you get here the type of question that they do to try and get people's genuine views. So PDF page 92, can one. So thinking about this summer, when you were here at home, how much did each of these different types of noise from aeroplanes bother you, disturb you, annoy you? And you can answer the questions and it sort of answer about those things. And then one of the key questions, PDF page 103, is can 34. Thinking about this summer, so this is why it relates to the 92-day summer period. Thinking about the summer, what number from 0 to 10 best shows how much you were bothered, disturbed, or annoyed by noise from aeroplanes. So these are other questions the CAA used to report on people's levels of annoyance from aircraft noise.
yes.
And perhaps we can just sort of take a slight detour just for a moment for you to explain something to the inspectors. People, because we're going to talk about the correlation of this with LAQ, people often say, well, I don't hear noise as a 16-hour average. And of course they don't. They hear discrete events, but that's what people ask about, thinking about noise, your actual experience of noise, how annoyed with you, and then they look at correlations, what averaging thing best correlates, in essence, non-technical, but what they do is to.
It's a little bit too not technical, Madam, explain.
That's very fair.
LEQ is not an average. It's an index which is sensitive to the noise of individual events in terms of their maximum level, their duration, and the number of events. It is much more sensitive to events with a high noise level or a long duration than to lesser events. And there's a common misconception that it's some sort of average noise level. It's, if you were to average all the noise levels you measured over 16 hours, you'd get a smaller number.
So if I go to your paragraph 4.6.2, where you say there, Stoner reported an annoyance scores against average summer day noise defined in LAQ. You're correcting both me, but also yourself. It's not technically an average.
Well, the average part of it is the average number of flights per day calculated over the period June.
Yes, that's not obviously what you're talking about.
But we're using shorthand language.
Of course, as I was. But
in every aviation inquiry, people will pop up and say, we don't hear average noise. It's very important to understand it's not an average noise index. It's an index based on the average number of daily flights in the summer period. And it's much more sensitive to high noise events or noise events that are of long duration or both.
So the serious point in that paragraph.
That was a serious point.
No, the serious point that I'm making in relation to that paragraph is that the mean annoyance score correlated well with the average summer day noise exposure. No evidence was found to suggest any other indicators correlated better with annoyance than LAQ 16 hour.
Yes.
So that's why we use the 16-hour LAQ as representing people's response to actual noise events that they heard in relation to, in response to questions like CAN 34.
No, that's not right. The 16-hour LAQ that's being talked about there is the mid-June to mid-September average daily number of flights. What the applicants have done is to create a new version.
No, not
May I answer?
Well, I wasn't asking you about the weekend. What I was asking you about was what generally, so that the inspectors understand how sonar works in relation to a 16-hour LAQ.
Yes, so sonar is about mid-June to mid-September average daily flights. And it's all agreed. We don't really need to take up this time because I will say yes to everything Mr. Humphrey is asking.
That's absolutely excellent. Well, then let's see if you can say yes to this one. If we look in those questions at CAN 3, so that's back in sonar at page 93, we can see that, still thinking about summer, could you tell me whether you were most bothered, disturbed, annoyed at home, noise with aeroplanes, and then times of day, days of week? Now, sonar does not report, does it, any correlation of noise with people being more annoyed at weekends or Saturday afternoons?
But it can't because it doesn't have the ability to compare circumstances where people have no flights on Saturday afternoons with circumstances comparable in every other respect, except they do have flights on Saturday afternoons. It'd be great if they could, and that would fill the gap that I've identified that we have, and that would remove the invalidity of the index which the applicants have used.
With respect, Omni Taylor, that's not answering the question. Sonar doesn't report any greater sensitivity for people on Saturday afternoons because a lot of the airports where the surveys were taken, Heathrow, Gatwick, Stansted, Luton, all the others, do have flights on Saturday afternoons. This CAN 3 is not a London City Airport only survey, is it? So can you confirm?
Well, I don't think that my evidence is not saying that Saturday afternoons are extra sensitive. I think that's your question. Why didn't Sonar find people saying, oh, my Saturday afternoons are times when I am particularly annoyed? It's not LBN's case that there's extra sensitivity on Saturday afternoons. It's simply that having flights on Saturday afternoons in an environment where there have been none ever is a significant effect, which is a completely different matter.
Okay, but that's an important point for us to have established. And what the inspectors can also note is, because the surveys reflect people's responses, and the vast majority of those people at Heathrow, Gatwick and all those other airports do experience aircraft noise on Saturday afternoons, the correlation between their experience and the overall 92-day, 16-hour LAQ figures does reflect what people think about being overflown on Saturday afternoons.
No, because they wouldn't be concerned about Saturday afternoons, as they are not a population who have a change from no flights ever on a Saturday afternoon to flights on a Saturday afternoon.
But that's a different point. The LAQ, the 92-day LAQs do reflect the responses of people, the vast majority of whom, when they answer those questions about how annoyed you are and are you annoyed on Saturdays, are being overflown on Saturday afternoons.
Yes, and if there was another universe in which there was a London City Airport with Saturday afternoon flights running in all other respects exactly as our London City Airport without Saturday afternoon flights, and you did a SONA 2014 in both cases, you might well see a difference. But we don't have that information. If we did, then a lot of our problems would be addressed.
What we're doing, what we're seeking to do is just combine exactly what the difference is between us. Now, although you've said in your evidence, indeed before I started, that London City Airport should carry out a survey for the very reasons you have asked, you've just stated, it's of course not possible to ask people at London City Airport about their actual experience of 130 new gen aircraft on a Saturday afternoon, unless one was actually flying 130 new gen aircraft on Saturday afternoons, and then asking them to compare with and without.
Yes, it would be almost impossible to achieve.
Just now talking about the application proposal, this is your section 6. As we discussed it earlier, have agreed that the study area is appropriate, and the study area was based on the Lowell contour. And at your paragraph 6.3.7, this is your proof, paragraph 6.3.7.
Yes.
Talk about the accuracy of the figures, and you make this point close to the airport. Figures produced by the appellant's consultants are not likely to be materially inaccurate, but further away where aircraft thrust settings are low and airframe dynamic noise predominates, the difference between the two groups of aircraft will be smaller. However, the formal way of assessing airport noise effect does place weight on noise closer to the airport, and smaller effect from the introduction of quieter aircraft at a distance from the airport does not come through the conventional assessment methodology. Though aircraft noise associated with London City results in representations from residents in locations many miles from the airport, the noise index values are not computed at such distances, and significant effects in the context of formal environmental assessment do not arise. And your position, as I understand it, and again, go back to the second common ground, is that within the study area, as represented by the Lowell, the noise from the aircraft will be correctly represented.
Yes.
Once you go out that and many miles from the airport, the reason why there might be some difference or smaller difference in effect between new gen and non-new gen is because at those distances, it's airframe noise that is predominating, or to a greater extent predominating, and the new fighter engines have less effect. I think I'm paraphrasing, but I think that's the point.
Yes, if you turn the engines off altogether, hypothetically, you wouldn't get much less noise under certain operational circumstances. But the issue is that you do get in these inquiries, and I was last sitting at a table like this at Luton on behalf of the airport. You do get strong representations from people about noise much further from the airport than the study area we've been discussing. And I think, Madam, you will be hearing the same here. It's something which the CAA are very alive to, and everybody working in the industry is alive to. When I was consultant to Heathrow, we would get complaints from Lewisham and Reading and places like that. And when I was consultant at Stansted, we complaints from Ware and other outlying places. While I have agreed that the study area is appropriate, and whichever side I was on, I would do the same. We have to recognise there is a lot of concern in populations much further from airports in general, and they do make the point that much vaunted improvement in noise levels that comes with the new engine options doesn't manifest itself to anything like the same extent when you're remote from the airport and still finding aircraft annoying. It's perfectly possible to be annoyed by aircraft way, way beyond the contours. I used to live under the Mayfield Beacon stacking area in East Sussex, and the contours came anywhere near us, but there were times when they were annoying. And it's something that is always going to pop up at every inquiry of this nature and needs to be listened to.
And we know, I've often heard you talk about it, the sort of dose response relationship, which is where you get these ideas of the onset of significant community annoyance, as you rightly point out, even at very low levels of aircraft noise, any form of noise. There will often be some people, it will be a very small percentage, but a percentage of a large population, a very small percentage who will say that they are very annoyed.
But I don't want to speak on that because HACAN, the Rule 6 party, will no doubt have something to say.
No, but you can explain to the inspector the point about the onset of significant community annoyance. 54 dB now used to be 57 dB, and that even below those levels, you can go down to very low levels of noise, and surveys tell you some people will still say that they are annoyed.
Oh, yes. And that is a fundamental feature of human response to noise, that there is a distribution. It is nearly always a Gaussian distribution, bell curve, and you will find every situation, a small percentage of the population highly annoyed by what others might think was not much noise. The other end of the bell curve, a small percentage of the population couldn't care less. They hear the noise, but they really don't take any notice of it. And then the body of the population are in the middle of the bell, ranging from the sort of 50% mark, plus or minus 10% or more.
But we know, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
And it's not surprising that we do get these responses way beyond accepted study areas.
But we know in terms of aviation noise policy and the noise policy statement for England and everything else, that is directed to noise above level, noise above soul. And it's in fact noise above soul, which is where there are significant effects on health and quality of life, not noise below Lowell.
Yes, we must bear in mind that we, by we, I mean those in my profession, those in the planning profession, those in the environmental statement writing profession, have created a framework of Lowell and Sowell with numbers that we don't argue about nowadays in general, but it's rather artificial for the reasons I've been explaining. It would be quite wrong to think that 1 dB below Sowell there was no significant effect, and 1 dB above there was, because that same Gaussian distribution applies there as everywhere else. When you get into things like World Health Organization guidelines for environmental noise guidelines for the European region, they tackle this by just looking at percentages of the population and using indicators like that. But it's a complete artifact of man that we've got this framework of Lowell and Sowell and significance and single numbers attached to them. It's helpful because we get through, we can write our environmental statements, we can come to conclusions, we can write reports for committees, decisions can be made, and this has the advantage that all the decisions, even if they're wrong, are made on the same basis. But it's not as clear as the layman might think on first reading.
And if I come then just to the 6:30 to 06:59 movements. So here, this is where we're asking for 3 additional movements. There are currently 6 permitted, and there would be 9. And you make the point that this is technically, which it is, the night period. And in relation to those additional movements, I think we're pretty much agreed, aren't we? The adverse effects, taking into account mitigation, are not significant.
Using that framework I've been describing, we do reach that conclusion.
Yes, but I mean, say that framework. I mean, that framework is part of your life's work, and it is encapsulated in government policy.
Yes,
that is
that's the way we do it.
That is the way everyone do it, and you think that that is the correct way to do it, as all other consultants do.
Yeah, without it, we'd be, let's see.
So if we then turn, so that's one of the changes being asked for. If we now turn to weekend only contours, we know, we discussed it before, that if we look at the entire 92-day summer period, the 16-hour, 8-hour LEQs, there is no significant effect. We've already discussed that. And so what we now need to talk about, I think, is these weekend only assessment. Is that?
Yes.
Fair? And there's no issue that we can calculate those numbers. We can calculate differences, we can calculate contours, and it's entirely agreed between us that those numbers are correct. It's not the numbers that you dispute.
That's right.
So, for example, in the environmental statement, so CD 1.15, CD 1.15.
Yeah.
And if we were to turn to PDF page 47,
yes,
you have there table 8.29, which is some relative change data between the do minimum and the development case. There's nothing in that table where you would say any of the numbers are wrong. What you don't agree with is the interpretation of the numbers.
and I don't have any input to the underlying assumptions, but future aircraft movement numbers. That is for the other witnesses.
Of course, sorry, I wasn't meaning to imply that you were the forecaster, but on the basis of that, and we know what the inputs are, agreed, because that was one of the things I took you through this morning. But assuming that, again, I'm trying to sort of really close down what it is, where the disagreement is. There's nothing in that table, any of the numbers, where you say the numbers wrong. The numbers are all correct. What we're talking about is the interpretation.
Yes. Yes.
And your complaint here, you took us to it in several places in your evidence, in sheet, particularly section 7.2, is let's look at your proof, para 7.2.3 as an example. Have you got that?
Yes.
Yeah. You say that noise indices of any kind are only of use if they are linked to the results of noise and social surveys or incidents of health effects, which permit the establishment of a correlation between the numerical noise index values and changes in those values and observed effects on a population. And therefore, because we, for obvious reasons, cannot survey what people think of an additional 130 movements on a Saturday afternoon, we cannot establish, your point is, that correlation.
Yes.
We have agreed that the 92-day surveys, which show non-significant effects around all of those airports, do include people who experience noise at weekends and curfews and respites. There are curfews, there's a night curfew at Heathrow and also respites at Heathrow. So those overall social surveys do include all of those things.
Those things are in place at that airport when it was being surveyed, but what we would love to have is that other universe I was talking about, in which there is a Heathrow without any runway alternation at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, see what the difference is between people's reaction to those two cases. We can't have that.
No, we also know that sonar survey doesn't identify any greater sensitivity to noise at weekends or particular times of the day.
No, I don't think, subject to what Mr. McFadden might say, I don't think Newham is saying weekends are more sensitive than any other time. It's just putting aircraft movements into a time when there have been none ever before.
And so it's not just change, because of course many airport proposals will involve change noise, more movements during a period. So again, you can find things even more. Your point is, it's this binary difference between 0 and any number.
Yeah.
And if the inspectors were concerned about the data that they have got, the data itself is pretty concerned about the interpretation of that data, they do still have all the conventional data for the 92-day LAQ period, which is agreed between us.
Yeah, that's right.
Can I just turn then to one related point to this? You touch on a point I think relates to this sort of binary 0 to something. It's a suggestion that if the change is permitted to allow the extra hours on Saturday afternoon, local residents would experience all of the adverse effects of noise on the Saturday afternoon, but that the socioeconomic benefits would only emerge over time as the airport grew.
All might not be the right word, because obviously the first Saturday afternoon that a new permission was implemented wouldn't have the number of flights that are foreseen in future years. But as I said earlier, any flight on a Saturday afternoon is going to hit people as something they have not had before.
Yes. And I put to Dr. Smith the York Aviation fleet transition table, which shows the gradual build-up of new generation aircraft over a number of years, and whether he accepted that, which he did, and put to him the proposition that therefore the take-up of those Saturday afternoon slots would not be, they would have occurred immediately, but again, they would be taken up gradually over time as the fleet transition, ordering of new aircraft came about. And so it's important, isn't it, that the inspectors note that again, that difference between us is becoming even more confined, because the difference is not going to be between no flights and 130 flights, but in the initial period, the first year it would be no flights and a few flights, and next year there would be a few more. So the change would be gradual, wouldn't it? Well, I suppose
On that basis, yes.
Yes. I want to then move to another difference between us. This is characterize this as the 1 dB difference above Seoul as an indicator of significance. And you touch on this in your paragraph 7.2.8. Is where you introduce the point, and it's that the introduced the data using a 2 dB above Seoul. So a 2 dB change above Seoul is an indicator of significance. This is EIA significance. And so I think we expect us to understand this point, EIA significance being difference between with and without, and PSE significance being above a Seoul. So 2 dB difference. And then you draw attention to the Luton Airport Secretary of State decision, where the Secretary of State somewhat curiously changed the word significant to notable. But your point in essence here is that that one should consider a 1 dB difference above Seoul as being significant. Probably haven't summarized it very well, but I'm trying to summarize.
It's intriguing because the Secretary of State was obviously in a very difficult position in writing the Luton decision. Because to accept that suddenly a 1 dB excess above SOL is significant was to move the goalpost. And given that there have been some very recent important decisions on other airports, it would have looked very odd. Speaking as somebody who's been involved in government work and policy writing and all that kind of thing, I'm personally fascinated by what's happened here. I note that the Farnborough planning application, which is in, does now have 1 dB above SOL in it. And the language is fascinating as well, because I did a little while ago go through all the translations of the Environmental Assessment Directive when we were in the EU, those languages which I could read and see how they translated the word significant. And in French, and French has a word very similar to significant, they actually did translate it as notable. And we put so much emphasis on this word significant and the court challenges about it. And now it's all getting fuzzy. And whether just going to have to watch further government guidance with great interest to see where this goes. We're in a very, very interesting situation.
It's interesting, isn't it, in the inspector's report? Let's, just as a slightly tangential thing, just look at where this occurs. So CD 8.6. And I'm going to take you to PDF page 51. Paragraph 83. And I should make it clear, this is the inspector's reporting of the case for the applicant. So it's the reporting case for the applicant, whether or not it correctly reported. I'm not commenting on that, but just so that we know what section it's in. It said where there would be increases in, 8.83. I do apologize if I didn't say. Correct it, and that's on PDF page 51. Do you have it? Yeah. And where there would be increases in aviation noise for residential receptors of at least 3 dB above Lowell and at least 1 dB above SOL, notable exceedance of criteria is deemed to occur. And then it goes on to talk about non-residential receptors, increase of 1 above it is considered significant. So, I mean, in the very same paragraph, they use both notable for residential and significant for non-residential. And in the conclusions, which is PDF page 114, they say towards the end of that paragraph, let me read it. Oh, sorry, Mr. Straker. I'm so sorry. 1526. I'm trying to do too many things at the same time. So towards the end, about 7 or 8 lines at the bottom, magnitude of changes addressed in the ES for residential receptors, increases in aviation noise of 3D above Lowell and at least 1 dB above SOL are identified as having a notable effect. Of the non-residential, 1 dB is the criterion is considered significant. So for the moment, let's note that that's what we're referring to. As a result of that and the points that I think had been raised in your statement of case or your meetings with Mr. Greer before the inquiry, Mr. Greer did a sensitivity test appendix, didn't he, to his evidence. So in Mr. Greer's evidence, page, his appendix 1, Mr. Greer's appendix one, he introduces some data, and at PDF page 10 of that document is an example. He produces a whole series of tables where he reruns the assessment, but with a 1 dB above Sol criterion, and there his conclusion is, again, taking account of mitigation, that there is no significant effect.
Yes, that is true. The point at issue is how on earth to take this forward, and whether, Madam, in your report, you will say that, following on from the Luton Secretary of State decision, 1 dB increase is notable, whether we're now going to see this from now on in all documents where this is relevant. The difficulty is there's no policy that I think of which says what to do with anything notable. It's a new word. And the point of view of this decision-making process, nothing turns on it. But
and I think we're agreed. I think Venice, we agree nothing turns on it, because whether you use 1 dB or 2 dB, there isn't a significant effect. It may be that the inspectors simply report that the EAS was based on 2, but a sensitivity test, in the light of what the Secretary of State said on Luton, the sensitivity test was done at 1 dB, but even on that basis, the effects were not significant.
yeah, and I look forward with great interest to what these Secretary of States will say, whether we shall see the word notable and what it means.
And then in your evidence, and turn now to 7.2.13. This is in the section, so 7.2.13. This is in the section where you're dealing with sleep disturbance. You say in that paragraph, but additional population likely to be highly sleep disturbed is not reported. I think that's probably unfair, isn't it? The ES does report sleep disturbance, does it? Look at it.
I think what I've said is correct.
Just so that we can see what is reported, could we look at the ES then at CD 1.15? 1.15, it's PDF page 49. Table 8.34. And the text says table 8-34 shows the number of people likely to be highly sleep disturbed by aircraft noise around the airport. This does not take in any account of any improved insulation for dwellings which have benefited from the noise insulation scheme. So the data is there, isn't it?
I reopen it, that seems best.
It's CD 1.15. PDF page 49. what the table shows for 2031 is at the development case, fewer people highly sleep disturbed than the do minimum case. I think this is a consequence of new generation
Yes,
aircraft.
I haven't seen the equivalent table with the pre-consent restriction on flights between 6:30 and 7 in place. I accept that if it was in place, you might not get the DC forecasts, but that's the point I'm making.
Is that the do minimum forecast? 2031 do minimum is
Yes, but the point I'm making is there's a change in the number of people sleep disturbed as a result of introducing extra flights
in
in that half-hour period.
it goes down.
You can't get that specific figure out of this table.
But in perspective of the data and read the table, what you do make clear though in your paragraph 7.2.13, a bit later in the paragraph we looked at, is that the research which led to these figures, on which our figures are based, did not take into account whether or not residents studied had sound insulation in their homes.
Yes, I mean, that's a big
If
problem.
they were taken into account, the figures would be less than
Yeah.
reported. So again, the inspectors need to note, don't they, when looking at these figures, that taking into account noise insulation would lead to lower numbers.
But yes, but it would be lower numbers over the range of levels where the noise insulation was installed, so that the delta in percentage highly sleep disturbed might remain the same for the same increase in noise. We just don't know.
Now, very near the end now, health effects. In relation to health effects, we need to just bear in mind, don't we, what the statement of common ground says. So if we were to look in CD 11.1 or 2, they're effectively the same, whichever you happen to have, it's conveniently to hand.
Keep opening documents and yes,
So don't take your time.
I got it now.
And turn to PDF page 45.
Yes.
Lots of electronic paper. Page 44, is it? Actual page 44. So Health K, on behalf of LBN, Mr. Thornley Taylor undertook a review of the chapter that has responded in detail, accepted these matters have been fully addressed, save LBN considers loss of Saturday afternoons significant in terms of noise policy. LBN considers significant effects from noise may need to be identified where there's a 1 dB change. That's one we just discovered, or above SOL threshold. But then these words, which are important, I think, LBN has confirmed that these are noise policy matters. Covered earlier in the second common ground, they do not relate to amenity and not relevant to the community health assessment presented in chapter 12 of the ES, which is common ground. So whatever we are saying here about health, we need to understand this doesn't relate to amenity or any of those types of issues or community health or anything of that sort.
Yes, I'm probably not the witness who can talk about the relationship between amenity and health and quality of life and things, but I don't challenge what's written here.
No. And I mean, that's very fair. And I think Thornley Taylor, you'd be the first to say you're not obviously a public health professional, but you're certainly not seeking to resile from statement of common ground or challenge indeed the health impact assessment?
I've said what I've said about the health impact assessment. I think it's false to have separate assessments of noise and health, for reasons which have emerged in my evidence today. And it won't be long before we no longer see that, I think. People who write health impact assessments do so from a different background and a different approach to the topic from those who write noise assessments. And they don't always converge very well. But now that we do have this shift towards an emphasis on health and quality of life, I think we need to do more work on understanding how these things all interrelate. In our specific case of Saturday afternoons, does the fact that people might not do things which involve physical exercise on a Saturday afternoon because they don't want to go out into the aircraft noise, does that have a health consequence? I don't know. I'm not the right sort of witness.
Then just your conclusions, just a few final points. You make these points in your paragraph 10.1.1. This is on PDF page and actual page 42. So 10.1.1 and 10.1.2 say that the main issue is whether in the first recent refusal the word significant harm are true and go on. And then in the next paragraph you say additional issues of whether there would be significant harm and whether contrary to clauses T13 and T8. I mean, I don't think you're suggesting that the application is determined anything other than in accordance with section 38(6). That's the test that the inspectors apply. And as part of that, and considering whether we are in accordance with policy or whether there are other material considerations, they might need to consider whether there is significant harm, the extent of that harm. That's the proper planning approach, isn't it?
Yes.
And your paragraph 10.1.4 10.1.5 sums up in effect where you land on all of these issues. If I read 10.1.5, your point is, and you're talking about the weekend metric, the fact that we can't obviously survey that. There is no validated technical test for assessing the changes that will occur during the Saturday afternoon period. Those changes will be very obvious and undoubtedly be necessary to make a value judgment, compare the factual positions, namely the current case with no flights operating from the airport can be replaced by an increased number of flights within a 6-hour period. And at the end of the day, I mean, you made the point earlier actually that this is a place where I think you put it, people like you couldn't really help us. But that's where you have landed with this. There's nothing in the technical assessment, the correct technical assessment, that shows a likely significant effect. You just say, look, I make a value judgment.
Yes, it's a value judgment. And it was the decision of the Strategic Planning Committee that made that judgment, and recommendation of you, Madam, and the Secretaries of State in due course.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Humphreys. I have a question for you before any re-examination. It relates to this Saturday afternoon technical test point. So you London City Airport, unique in respect of not having flights on a Saturday afternoon and a Sunday morning. It's a Saturday we're thinking about here. The airport tried to do an assessment they came up with something. You don't think that's appropriate. You've gone through why, but you know, have they not tried to at least look at this rather than just rely on the conventional metrics, which, as you said earlier, wouldn't show anything anyway and show no difference, which would be a nonsense. I think I'm paraphrasing you horribly there, so correct me. But you know, what else could they do? In fairness, to look at this issue,
I think probably come to the same conclusion that I did, which is that it has to be judgment made on the basis of non-technical considerations, because the armory of weapons from the technical end of things is not available. It's not a difficult decision to make because it's quite easy for a decision maker to consider what the difference is between a weekend with no Saturday afternoon flights and a weekend with Saturday afternoon flights. I can think of many more difficult decisions which require a value judgment than that one. And I don't think it's necessarily a shortcoming that the decision is not based on numbers. It was based on numbers and it seemed counterintuitive. People would complain bitterly. So it needs to be consistent with intuitive judgments that people make in such situations.
so if you were actually employed by the airport rather than by the council, that would be your professional standing and what you would have advised them to do it way back at ES.
If I were employed by the airport, I would be saying that I can't do a numerical comparison between the two cases. Got to do this using non-technical considerations. And we should approach it in that way, which would be difficult because I think that leads you into the consultation responses, which are non-technical as well, but nevertheless they are numerous and material to this consideration. I think it was consultation responses which were particularly influential in the Strategic Planning Committee's decision. And I don't think that's wrong. It is true to say all airport applications produce consultation responses which are favourable towards aviation noise, perhaps not surprisingly. But it appears that this particular set of responses was clearly focused on this fairly clear point, and carried a lot of weight.
So in terms of your professional opinion on that value judgment, so you've referenced the consultation responses. I don't know if you've seen any in detail, but what would your professional opinion be on that, the effects of the noise on the Saturday afternoon period? Obviously, you know the airport's position.
I have to compartmentalise my mind because I used to be a council leader. Pretend that I never was, and I try not to think in that way. My job is always to quantify so much as I can the effect of an airport development proposal so that the decision maker has the right things to put in the right sides of the balance. I would be saying here, I'm sorry, I can't quantify anything numerically. So somebody else is going to have to put things on the two sides of the balance. As a noise consultant, hope you will never find me sitting at a witness table actually supporting an application or opposing it from a policy point of view. All I can ever do is provide information about what the effects are, interpret them in the context of extant policy and methodology that's accepted for the purpose. It would be, just trying to think back to the early days of the London Docklands Development Corporation in 1983. I didn't say even then, I recommend you permit this airport. I said, if you permit it, this is what the effects will be if you were to have no night flights, and as there will be minimal weekend flights, you need to take that into account. But I'm almost certain that at no time did I say to the officers of LPDC or the chief executive, Reg Ward, I recommend you approve this scheme. I was purely providing information to assist them in coming to the decision that they did. And it went to public inquiry anyway, and the decision was made by others.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Straker, do you have any questions in re-examination?
I do just do that. It's not going to take very long. And in fact,
Do you want to get the mic?
I think so. Wrong. No, it's
Could you, just do a pattern, where's it coming from? Sorry. This was some patterns kind of powering behind his hand. Introductions cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam, the first question I want to ask arises out of the discussion that you've just been having with Mr. Thornley-Taylor, if I may. And that's going to involve my asking Mr. Thornley-Taylor to get, which I think is CD 106, the Statement of Community Involvement. Because just to put you in the picture, Mr. Thornley-Taylor, you've just been discussing with the inspector, in the absence of, so to speak, mechanical data, how do you approach this matter? And words such as intuitive and then subjective and matters of that sort are employed. And just whilst you're getting to CD 106, the position here was that originally the scheme that was canvassed would have taken Saturday flights until 10 o'clock, 2200 hours. And if you've got to CD 106 and you get to page 69 of it.
I found the link, but it's not loading, but maybe that I don't actually need to see it.
Well, let me just take it then in this way. CD 106, page 69, whether that's the PDF number, page number, I don't know. But it's a bit which sets out the airport's response to consultation feedback. PDF 72, well done. Thank you, madam. PDF 72. It's quite convenient for these PDF numbers if one knew all along, add 3, but it's never as simple as that.
Better if they were aligned. I've said every inquiry,
yeah,
but it's yet to happen.
And I mean, I shouldn't say this, madam, but it'd be even better if we gave up PDFs altogether and had pieces of paper. I know I'm not allowed to say that, madam.
I think that's subject to cross-examination in
Yeah.
itself, that point, but we'll leave that for another day.
In America, madam, you would say strike that from the record. Now, this document, whether we've got there or not, it is the response to themes raised on the consultation feedback. That's consultation feedback when it was proposed, let's go to 2200 hours on the Saturday. And the consultation feedback was not enthusiastic for the idea of a Saturday flight. And this was then recognised, as you will see on page 72 of the PDF, page 69 of the document, with a recognition of sensitivity in terms of noise. And so it led to, well, instead of saying 2200 hours, let's say 1830 GMT or 1930 BST. That's how that went, Mr. Thornley-Taylor.
Yes.
Now, what I'd like to know from you, please, in the light of your discussion with the inspector, is whether you're obviously alive to what had happened, whether that came about through some mechanical exercise of getting down from 2200 hours to 1930 or 1830, or whether it came about through some other form of judgment being applied.
It was not a mechanical judgment as far as I can see. It was a judgment of the kind I was referring to, a value judgment.
Responsive to that which had been said
Yeah.
by the people who were in the subject area.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam. Can I then go, please, to some matters you were asked about by my learned friend, Mr. Humphreys. And the first involves going to CD 11.1. And you were asked some questions, reference page 25 in physical terms of the statement of common ground. That is to say, within table 9.1, which is within paragraph 9.3. And I'm concerned for this question with the box, which says modelled outputs.
Yes.
It takes a long time to get there to ask these questions, which I hope are straightforward, please. You mentioned that it depends, in terms of the modelling and so forth, upon the inputs.
Yes.
And did you have any part in those inputs into the modelling that here took place?
No.
And can you help us as to the sorts of things you expect will have been included within the modelling?
Well, there is a long list of inputs that are required to run the contour generation model, and they range from a list of aircraft type numbers and numbers of movements by each one within the calculation period through to population data and the other physical things like the airport layout and the ground terrain and the like. And these are all inputs to the noise prediction model, which will then generate the contents of the tables we see in the ES.
On the facing page of this document, which is paper page 26, there is a box which has assessment conclusion in the column describing what goes into the box.
Yes.
And there we see the text which is there set out, which I obviously don't read out. It will have been read, it can be read in the future. But at the bottom of the assessment conclusion right-hand side, it is noted that LBN considers the loss of Saturday afternoon curfew is significant. Can you help the inquiry, please, as to whether there's any difference viewed in terms of significance between the afternoon of the Saturday and the evening of the Saturday?
Had the proposal been to allow flights until 2200 on Saturday, I think the effect would have, the significance would have been greater.
Greater cumulatively or greater in terms of those particular hours?
The overall effect of the proposals applied for would be even more significant than is the effect of introducing flights up to 1830 or 1930.
But in terms of going down to 1830 stroke 1930, depending BST or GMT, significance remains.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, can I ask you, please, by reference to CD 3.7.2 and CD 3.7.2, and I'm going to get this document myself, forgive me.
The
Could you go to paragraph 2.22 within it? 2.22.
Will, the web page has gone a little bit slow, but I'm getting that.
Well, I've lost mine altogether now. It's so much. So much.
Yes, I'm there, but I've forgotten which paragraph you correcting me to.
Better ask this question quickly because this computer is going to go off. You were taken to that paragraph 2.22, and if you look at that paragraph, you will see in the middle of it, after reference to SOAEL, like different in certain matters, it's acknowledged that further research is required to increase our understanding of what may constitute a significant adverse impact on health and quality of life from noise.
Yeah.
You've mentioned to this inquiry, and in particular in your discussion with the inspector just now and in discussion with my learned friend, that there isn't, so to speak, a programme for assessing the loss of the respite period.
Yes.
Within that which is spoken about further research being required, can you help the inquiry, please, as to whether further research would be helpful first and is required second, as far as the loss of something like the curfew at the unique London City Airport?
I'm not sure I fully understand the
I beg
question.
your pardon. Well, what I was trying to get at is that it speaks there of further research being necessary before you can do something. And I'm seeking to ask your view really as to whether this type of situation is one where you think that the draftsman of that document might have contemplated that this is an area where further research could sensibly be undertaken.
Yes, it could. It would be difficult. I've tried myself to drill down into some of the survey information which does exist for Heathrow to see if you can detect the effect of people's response to runway alteration there. And I didn't actually find it easy to do that. It might be possible to do that. So it's desirable, would be beneficial, but difficult.
Thank you. And then I think just two matters. One takes you, please, to Mr. Greer's proof of evidence. You were taken to page 39 of 97 of his proof of evidence, which is paragraph 6.43, under which appears a table.
Yes.
When you were discussing scope for steps, physical steps to be taken by way of mitigation.
Yes.
And my question which might be thought to be an obvious question, is does that have any bearing at all on Saturday outdoor activities?
No, indeed not.
You were asked about, and we don't need to turn it up, the SONA survey work which was done leading to their figures. And the point you were pressed with was the proposition that that would have been done at airports or surrounding airports where the airports enjoy the advantage of being able to fly on Saturday afternoons and evenings.
Yes.
And you, in the course of that, were about to respond on this particular matter by indicating what the applicants here had done. But your answer was in fact cut short by my learned friend. And so I ask that question, please, to enable you to say what it is you wanted to say, what the applicants have here in fact done.
I think I'm going to have to open SONA 2014 to get back to that point. I think this was when I was being questioned about CAN 3 on page 93 of 123, if I'm right. But essentially my point was that the applicant seems to think SONA 2014 throws light on our situation at London City Airport because it includes airports such as Heathrow, which has runway alternation and therefore respite, and which has a night curfew. And it's actually said in the common ground that this does to some extent meet the need for survey data where there is respite. But it doesn't help at all because you're not, as I was explaining, comparing a case where there is an airport without Saturday afternoon flights and an airport, same in all other respects, with Saturday afternoon flights. SONA 2014 doesn't do that at all, doesn't take us any way at all towards answering that question, which from a technical point of view remains unanswered.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thornley-Taylor. Thank you very much, madam.
Okay, thank you very much. So that concludes your evidence, so thank you. We'll have a comfort break now. I think Mr. Stewart, evidence in chief, not even an hour, is that still correct, Dr. Lane?
Certainly no more than that, Madam.
Yeah, so we'll fit that in today and then we'll continue tomorrow. Okay, so we'll have a break now of 15 minutes. So we'll come back at 5 minutes past 4.
Just ask a point of confirmation, madam. On the timetable that's presently indicated, we have tomorrow Mr. Christian Nold as well as any balance of Mr. Stewart, but nothing else. I'm going to proceed, if I may, subject to anything that you say otherwise, of course, and I'll fall in entirely with what you say, that there is no likelihood or prospect of Mr. Greer being reached tomorrow or my being asked to cross-examine.
No, I think we'll leave Mr. Greer for after the weekend.
Thank you very much.
So, thank you.
Just to confirm, so just so that he knows whether he needs to be or how long he needs to be here. So whatever time we finish tomorrow, we won't start.
Yeah, isolating overnight is difficult. I think over a weekend, we'll not bring Mr. Greer forward. We'll have an early Friday finish with a fair wind. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Close to the end, the microphone. This one? Oh, yeah. Yours. Yours is off. I'm on.
All right.
So leave yours off.
That's the hearing.
Green's good, red's off. Okay, a slight technical pitch there. Welcome back, everyone. So now we have got the noise case for Hakan and the first of two witnesses. So Dr. Lane, you can take us through examination in chief, and then although the timetable says we'll get through Mr. Stewart today, we won't. So we'll begin with you again tomorrow. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. So this is Mr. John Stewart, who is the first of our two noise witnesses. In a moment, I'll allow him to clarify why we have two noise witnesses and what their role both is. But just to introduce him to the inquiry very briefly, Mr. Stewart is the current chair of Hay Ken East, of the UK Noise Association and of the Campaign for Better Transport. He has decades of experience campaigning on issues around noise and community impact, and he's won awards for his work from The Independent on Sunday, the Sheila McKechnie Foundation and the Noise Abatement Society, among others. He was the lead author on Why Noise Matters, a worldwide perspective on the problems, policies and solutions, which was published by Routledge in 2016. And he's here in his capacity as chair of Hay Ken East. Welcome, good afternoon, Mr. Stewart. Just briefly, can you clarify for the inspectors how the evidence that you're going to be giving is going to interact with the evidence that Dr. Knoll will be giving tomorrow?
Yes, Dr. Knoll's evidence will be much more specific than mine. He's looking at, he's done a report and he's in conjunction with ourselves, and he's looking at that report, which looks at the difference in noise between the old aircraft and the new aircraft coming on street. So his will be very specific, very targeted, and my noise will, but my evidence will be on the wider noise issues.
Thank you. So the inspectors should have your proof of evidence and a very short rebuttal proof. I propose to take most of those as read. We'll go through some sections of your proof and just expand a little bit on some of your evidence. So if I could ask you first, please, to turn to paragraphs 2.2 to 2.3 in your proof of evidence. So this is on page 5. So you're talking here in these two paragraphs about the not equalised, we heard from Mr. Thornley-Taylor, but the LAEQ16 metric, and the fact that within government policy, that is a metric for measuring the threshold of community annoyance, or the Lowell, has reduced from 57 decibels as a threshold in the Air Transport White Paper in 2003 and in the 2013 Aviation Policy Framework, and that it's since reduced down to 51 decibels. And just very briefly, for the inspector's notes, the relevant documents for that are that CD 3.5.1 is the 2013 Aviation Policy Framework, and that's pages 57 to 58, paragraph 3.15 is that threshold. And then the shift down to 51 decibels is set out in CD 3.7.8, which is the consultation response on the UK Airspace Policy 2017. It's at page 17 and paragraph 2.72 of those, but just for noting purposes. So, Mr. Stewart, in your proof at 2.3, you talk about the fact that the figure was revised downwards to 51 decibels following the publication of SONAR in 2014. We've already heard quite a bit about SONAR, but just from your perspective, can you just tell the inquiry, what's your understanding? What was SONAR? What was it measuring? How did it come about?
Yes, it came about because there was a lot of criticism of the 57 decibel contour, the LAEQ contour, over a number of years, that it was unrealistically high. So the government asked the Civil Aviation Authority to carry out a study, and that study was sonar. I think it was carried out by the research arm of the CAA, which is slightly independent from the body itself. So they carried out this body, and it was described in the previous evidence. They interviewed people at different airports. And what they recommended was that 57 was no longer appropriate, that actually airports should be considering 54 and down as far as 51.
And what was the significance of 51 specifically in the context of that study? Why was that the number that they alighted on?
Well, it's interesting because they went down to 51. And they didn't measure below 51. So therefore the CAA and the government are not saying there are no effects below 51. The CAA stopped at 51 for two reasons. One, I think, was their budget. And secondly, they say, probably rightly, that it is more difficult and therefore more costly to measure below 51. So they're saying that 51 is the onset of community annoyance, but they're not saying that people are, nobody is annoyed below the 51 decibel contour.
Thank you. And just if I could ask you then to turn to sonar itself. So that's core document 3.7.4.
Right, okay.
Not any of the other small letters after it, just 3.7.4. And if you let me know when you've got that up.
Just it's on its way, you'll be glad to hear. Right.
Yes, and then
It is, yes, sorry, which
so,
one?
3.7.4. So the title of the document starts CAP 1506, Survey of Noise Attitudes 2014.
Yeah, but just about it's loading, so it should be
Okay.
here any minute now.
And then in that document, if I could take you to PDF page 19, actual page 18.
Right, I'll be just in a second. Okay, we're on page 19.
Excellent. And then if I could just ask you, please, to read out the first two sentences of paragraph 3.15.
Is that the one that said starts with positive feedback?
No, it starts with field work. 3.1, paragraph 3.15. I feel like we may be in different documents here, Mr. Stewart, potentially.
It might be 3.15.
Yeah.
It looks like that. Okay, let's have a look. 3.1. No, I think we may be in different documents.
I think we might be.
Right, so, well, I'll get out of my document rather than you get out of yours.
Okay, yes, we'll give it one more attempt. And
Okay.
then.
Right, so the document is,
So it's within the core documents, it's CD 3.7.04,
yeah,
CAP 1506.
right,
It's not the first 3.7.04, it's actually the third one down on the list.
right, I think I've got, I'm in a different document. Oh, no.
Sorry, madam, we might perhaps be longer than 45 minutes.
We just said we were finishing at 5, just, right, so CD 3.704.
Yeah, that's the one. It's the third one down.
There's three of them.
There are
right.
5 of them,
Okay.
in fact, but the third one down.
Right, okay. Yes, we're,
We're there.
if
Excellent.
you played Snap with where it says it's Snap. Okay,
And then, yes, within that, just page 19, please.
okay, I'll get there, right.
And then just the first 2 sentences of paragraph 3.15 on that page.
We are there.
So if you could just read out those 2 sentences
Yeah.
and then give any comments that you have on how that interacts with what you've just told us about the way that the sonar study area.
Okay, so 3.15?
3.15.
Right. Field work was conducted between October 2014 and the 8th of February 2015. The survey selected respondents at random according to the populations around sample airports.
Oh, sorry, 3 sentences. Next one too, please.
Okay. All eligible households were located within the predefined noise exposure areas with a minimum noise threshold being set at 51 decibels LAQ in order to ensure that estimated noise exposure information remained reliable.
So do you have any comments on that paragraph in the context of what you've just been telling us about?
Yes, I think it possibly reinforces what I was saying earlier, that I said there were 2 reasons why they didn't go below 51. One was cost, and the other was that it is actually more difficult to measure the lower you go because of the other background noise levels. The aviation noise can merge more likely into background noise levels. That's not to say one can't do that, because the WHO has done it, but it is more difficult. And I think that's what this paragraph is saying.
Thank you. So now then, please, if I could ask you to turn in Mr. Greer's proof, which I believe you have hard copy.
You're all relieved to hear I've got a hard copy of Mr. Greer's.
If I could ask you to turn to page 31 of that proof, that's PDF page 32 for those working digitally.
Page 31, yeah.
Yeah, and at paragraph 5.8.1,
Yeah.
Mr. Greer has set out the sort of criteria threshold used in the assessment of noise effects, and has described 51 decibels LAEQ 16 as the threshold below which there are no observed adverse effects from air noise. What would be your response to that characterization?
My view is that that is not necessarily true, because I think it's a misreading of what SONA was saying. SONA, as I said just now, only went down to 51 decibels for particular reasons. What it clearly didn't say was that there weren't any effects below that. And the main author of SONA, somebody called Darren Rhodes, has worked for the CAA for many years. I remember him giving a presentation to a Heathrow forum, and he was asked exactly this question: what about below 51? And he was clear that there could well be a noise annoyance below 51, that he had measured it.
Thank you. Now, you're not a planning witness, and I'm not going to ask you planning policy questions about what the inspectors are or aren't entitled to take into consideration in planning policy terms. But First, would you accept the sort of general proposition that 51 decibels is the generally accepted threshold for most environmental impact assessments for noise producing aviation schemes?
Yes, I think that's right. I mean, I think what Sona said, that what Darren Rhodes found is that it estimated that around about 9 or 10% of the population could be seriously affected by noise at 51 decibels. And this is in the UK at least, this is the generally accepted level.
Thank you. But in practical terms, rather than in planning policy terms, to what extent would you say that it might be useful for the inspectors to consider or to not consider any noise impacts below that 51 decibel contour?
I think it would be very useful, Madam, for you to consider below the contour. And one or two reasons for this. We have already heard from John Cryer MP and from some of the individual witnesses who certainly lived beyond, who either represented people living beyond the 51 decibel contour or themselves lived beyond the 51 decibel contour. And in fact, the majority of local authorities who objected to the initial application when you were considering it were representing communities outside the 51 decibel contour. And the majority of our members live out with the 51 decibel contour, and they join us for noise reasons. They don't join us for any other reason. So there is, in my view, and it backs up really what Mr. Thorny Taylor was saying earlier on, that actually you can live quite a long distance from an airport and be affected by noise.
I think you've preempted my next question. So you've told us then that you think that there are sort of anecdotal and survey response or consultation response reasons why looking at impacts below 51 decibels might be useful. I'm going to move on to some questions about contours because we've discussed contours quite considerably.
Yeah.
If I could take you in your own proof to paragraph 2.8, please, which is on page 6, PDF and actual.
Yeah.
And if I could just ask you to read out paragraph 2.8 and the first sentence of paragraph 2.9.
Yeah. The appellant's noise consultant, Brigadier Allen, showed the noise impact of the 51 and 54 contours, as well as the LDN. It also assessed the impact using additional metrics. However, the appellant presents the impact on people outside the smaller contours simply as background information rather than a basis on which to take action.
Okay, so 2 questions about that. What additional metrics are you talking about in 2.8?
Well, there's a number of additional metrics which could be used, which I outline in the proof further on. There's the N metric, which is the number of planes going over a property. So N65 would be the number of planes above 65 decibels going over a property in one particular day. There's also what's known as the single mode metric. And I believe this is quite an important one, because what the traditional LEQ metric does, and and I'm not criticizing it as such, because I think Mr. Thorny Taylor was absolutely right that it does give a pretty clear assessment of things. But even clearer, using LEQ, is the single mode metric. And the difference is this: the traditional LEQ measures a period when over 3 months, 16-hour day, but it includes the quiet periods, and critically, it includes the periods where there are no planes going over probably because the wind's in another direction. If you use the single mode metric, what you're doing is simply measuring the noise on the days and at the times when the planes are going over. And in my view, that is a more realistic assessment of the noise that people actually hear. And I know that Heathrow, when they were planning their third runway prior to 2019, they were actively considering using the single mode metric in addition to others. It's not instead of, in addition to.
Thank you for that. And linked to that, what do you mean in paragraph 2.9 as being a basis to take action? Because you acknowledge, and we acknowledge, HACAN acknowledges, that the appellant has presented quite a lot of information about single mode and about end contours. What do you mean by basis to take action?
Yes, I mean, you're absolutely right. The appellant has done a lot of work on this and has produced a lot of information. I think what has not been done is that information has not been used in taking action. By taking action, I mean assessing whether the noise is significant for the local communities. If you use these other contours, the end contour, the single mode contour, then you get, in my view, a clearer picture of what is significant noise annoyance to the local community than if you merely rely on the traditional LAEQ contour.
Thank you. Well, let's have a look at some of these contours. And Madam, I don't know if you've got the nice big A3 maps. Always nice to have something visually appealing to look at the end of a long day.
Particularly on paper, yes.
So this is CD 139 for anybody working digitally, but hopefully people have got the A3 printouts because it takes a while to load. So this is Appendix 8.3 to the environmental statement, which deals with air noise. If I could start, Mr. Stewart, by taking you to figure 8.3.4 within those maps.
Yeah, we're there.
So what are we looking at here?
Well, what we're looking at here is the N65 contours.
I don't believe it is.
It's 8.3.4 N65.
8.3.4.
So we're not playing Snap. We're losing at Snap. We are 8 earlier on 8.
Not 8.34, sorry, but 8.3.4.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm getting there. It's not, it's
So the figure titles.
yeah.
Thank you, Madam.
So,
So, A2. What's this contour showing us?
well, the contours here are showing the traditional way of measuring the noise, the LAEQ 16-hour measurements.
Yeah. Okay. And so this is so this is the traditional environmental statement way of measuring noise.
That's right. Which I said before, you know, agree with Mr. Thorney Taylor. I'm not criticising it as such, but that's what it shows here.
And then, sorry, moving swiftly on.
Yes. We hope this. swiftly,
So
yes.
to 8.3.60 now, please, 60.
8.3.60.
60. For anybody working from the PDF, that's page 104 of the PDF.
Yeah,
And so what is this showing us and how is it different from what we just looked at?
well, this is showing the LAQ 16 hour as well, I think.
It's a single mode.
Yeah, yeah.
Just.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So this one, yeah, so we've got the,
Yes, no, sorry, you're absolutely right. This is the single mode on Summer's Day, yes.
yeah, so we've got westerly mode here.
Yeah.
What does westerly, I mean, I think you're probably aware of this, but what does westerly mode mean in this context, in the context of London City? What is a westerly mode day at London City?
Well, it depends on the wind is blowing, you know, and there's a west wind blowing and east wind blowing, it goes over different areas.
Yeah, so we're looking here at the westerly mode contour, and then if I could take you to 8.3.81, which is a PDF page 125.
Yeah, and this is the easterly mode, yeah, on a single.
Roughly speaking, how much of the time do planes fly in like other easterly planes fly?
In London, generally speaking, it's reckoned that 70% of the year there's a west wind and 30% of the year there's an east wind. It can vary obviously from year to year, but that's the general figure on which most assessments are made.
And you've told us that you think it's important for these single mode contours to be taken into account in terms of determining significance of noise effects.
Yeah.
Do you still maintain that it's important in a context where we're only flying for 30% of the time?
No, yes, it's even more. It's in some ways it's even more important. And the other thing at City Airport is, of course, we've got concentrated flight paths. So when you're being flown over, you're flown over by every single aeroplane. Now, so on easterly operations, are those just 30% of the year? That 30% of the year is pretty intensive. But that can get lost even more than the 70%. That can get lost when you simply use the 16-hour LEQ. So it's in many ways, it's more important for 30% than it is for 70%.
Okay. Thank you. If I could just take you now to, this will be fun. So this might need to be the PDF, I'm afraid, of Appendix 8.3. So that's core document 1.39.
Let's see how we get on. So core document.
Core document 1.39, which is the appendix to the environmental statement that deals with air noise.
One point.
1.39.
I don't seem to have it.
Okay. we won't worry about this now. We can pick it up. We can pick it up later with Dr. Knoll potentially. It was essentially just going to be a point about the relative sizes of the easterly motor contour in geographical terms relative to the average motor contour, but we'll park that for the moment. So if I take you back to the maps
Yep.
and one final map at figure 8.3.39, and that's PDF page 83.
8.3.39, yeah.
But yes, it's a CD 1.39, figure 8.3.39. So, and it's PDF page 83. Okay. Yeah. So what's this contour showing us, and what's the purpose of this contour?
Right, this contour is showing the N65. As I said earlier, that is the number of planes above 65 decibels going over particular areas. The number of events.
And why do you say that it's important for the information in this contour to be factored into the
Critically important for local communities. I think what we get more than anything else from local communities is the number of planes. I mean, planes over the last 30, 40 years, individual planes have got a lot quieter. There tends to be more of them. And so the big problem these days for local communities, I think at virtually every airport, is the number of planes going over. And that's why we believe this N metric is significant, because I think it reflects what people are actually experiencing on the ground.
In Mr. Greer's proof,
Yeah.
at page 19,
Is that the end of the maps?
that is the end of the maps. You can put the maps away. So Mr. Greer's proof, page
you want to
19, in the hard copy.
Yes, sorry, which page?
Page 19, which is, forgive me, I'm not sure what PDF page that is, so I'm working from that. PDF page 20? PDF page 20. At paragraph 3.7.12, so the very top of that page.
Yeah.
Mr. Greer says that sonar compared reported mean annoyance scores against a variety of other noise metrics, so average summer day noise, LAEQ16, LDEN, N70, N65, and that the mean annoyance score correlated well with the average summer day noise exposure, LAEQ16. So no evidence was found to suggest any of the other indicators correlated better with annoyance than LAEQ16. So the point there is that metric, the standard metric, is the best metric that correlates with annoyance. How would you respond to that?
Yes, as I said before, we are clearly not criticising the LAEQ16 contours. Mr. Greer is right that it is hugely important. That reflects what was said in the CAA report. That's why it's used really quite generally, certainly in this country. But what we're saying is that it is, in order to build up a really good picture of how significant noise is for local communities, it would be sensible to use the additional metrics which we talked about, like the N metric, like the single mode contour. So we're saying that they build up a more comprehensive, a more real picture than simply relying on the LAEQ 16-hour contour.
Yes, thank you. If I could now then take you, please, back in the core documents online,
Yeah,
to core document 3.5.1. And this is a document that you've cited in your proof of evidence.
3.5.01.
3.5.01, yeah.
Aviation policy.
The aviation policy framework, that's the one.
Right, we're on the same page.
yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then to page 58, PDF and actual page 58
Okay.
of that framework.
Yeah.
And if I could just ask you please to read out paragraph 3.19.
Scroll down to that. Right. Average noise exposure contours are a well-established measure of annoyance and are important to show historic trends in total noise around airports. However, the government recognises that people do not experience noise in an average manner, and that the value of the LAEQ indicator does not necessarily reflect all aspects of the perception of aircraft noise. For this reason, we recommend that average noise contours should not be the only measure used when airports seek to explain how locations under a flight path are affected by aircraft noise. Instead, the government encourages airport operators to use alternative measures which better reflect how aircraft noise is experienced in different localities. Developing these measures in consultation with their consultative committees and local communities. The objective should be to ensure a better understanding of noise impacts and to inform the development of targeted noise mitigation measures.
And so how, do you have any comment on that in relation to what you've just been talking about?
Yes, I mean, I may say this, wouldn't I? But it does reinforce, I think, what I've been saying about the importance of the additional metrics, because I think this says what I've just said earlier on. It gives a more rounded, a more comprehensive view of the actual annoyance experienced by local communities.
Now, a couple more questions on sort of complementary metrics, and then we'll move on to some hopefully rather quicker questions about local circumstances. But the last complementary metric that you mentioned in your proof is Heathrow and the cumulative effects of Heathrow.
Yeah.
So at paragraph 2.13 of your proof of evidence, you talk about the fact that a third complementary metric required is one which reflects cumulative impact on areas which experience noise from two airports, such as Heathrow and London City. How do you say that cumulative impact with Heathrow should have been considered?
Yeah, I mean, this is not an easy one for London City Airport. In fact, it's an impossible one to do by themselves, because Heathrow would need to play ball as well. But let me just give you an example of one of our people emailed me recently. She said, I live in East London, and the Heathrow planes go past my kitchen. And the City Airport planes go past my bedroom on the other side of my house. Or is it the other way around? In other words, people don't really, on the whole, distinguish between what planes they're hearing. There's no reason why they should. What they're hearing is total aircraft noise. And again, what I would argue is that you get a truly comprehensive picture of how people are impacted, how communities are impacted. This would be a useful additional, in fact, it may be more than useful, it may be an essential additional metric to be used.
In the environmental statement, and I don't propose that we necessarily all go to it, but CD 1.15, 1.15, paragraphs 8.9.3 and 8.9.4, which is at PDF page 100 and actual page 102, just for noting purposes. The point made there is that the focus of the noise assessment is to determine if there will be significant effects from the proposed amendments. It's therefore concentrated, that's the proposed amendments here, this application. It's therefore concentrated on the area which is exposed to the highest noise levels from London City. For air noise, this has been defined as the area above the Lowell. In this area, and even more so in the area above the Seoul, the overall aircraft noise is dominated by the activity from London City, and allowing for Heathrow Airport flights would not affect the assessment. For areas further afield from London City, while the additional noise from Heathrow Airport may increase the overall level of noise, it will, if anything, reduce any change in the noise due to the proposed amendments, as the amendments will have no effect on the noise from Heathrow Airport. The noise from Heathrow Airport would therefore not lead to any findings of greater effects. So do you have
On this particular proposal, it would change it on a Saturday afternoon. I think that's a critical point. Because on a Saturday afternoon, in some of those areas which get Heathrow planes, they obviously don't get any city aircraft right now. So if you're going to add city aircraft on a Saturday afternoon, you are clearly going to add extra noise to those areas.
Thank you. So I think we're done on metrics and contours, which I'm sure everyone will be pleased about on a Friday. Yeah. Oh no.
What comes next?
I'm getting a day ahead of myself. I'm already anticipating the weekend. So moving on then to some of the points that you've made a little more briefly in your proof in section 3 of your proof about local conditions and circumstances. And I don't think it's controversial to say that Newham and the neighbouring areas within the London City catchment are densely populated areas, that they're anticipated to become more densely populated over coming years. Indeed, it's been a central plank of the need case, the sort of future development in the area. You address additional development at paragraph 3.2 in your proof of evidence. That contains references to ONS data on density of population. I don't propose to go there now, but in brief, why do you say that density of population around London City is particularly relevant to the present appeal?
I think there's 2 points. I think it's the existing density, and I spell out in my proof of evidence. I think from the top of my head, 11 out of the 20 most densely populated local authority areas in the UK are overflown by London City Airport. So the existing density is very, very high. Now, we know, as has been said, it's not disputed, there will be a lot of extra building in the area. So the density will become even greater in certainly parts of the overflown area.
And why is that increased density relevant to noise impacts, do you say?
Well, I think the properties that will be built in the Royal Docks, in this sort of area, which is where the building will really take place, a little bit south of the river, probably in Greenwich. I think I would acknowledge that when small properties are built, they're built with good sound insulation that the older properties of East London never had. I think that's a fact of life. But it's equally true that some of the properties built will be lower cost, some will be social housing. I think if the developer has any sense they're under a flight path, they will try and include good sound insulation, but it will not be top notch. People will still be opening their windows in the summer. There will still be noise. So there will be an increased number of people affected by noise than there are now. And
moving on to the issue of the concentration of London City flight paths. You talked about this at paragraph 3.7 of your proof. Address the fact that the flight paths have changed. So just again, in brief, could you explain what were the changes to the flight paths? And yeah, what were the changes to the flight paths?
Right, I mean, this was significant. I mean, in my view, this is probably the most significant change since the airport opened in the 1980s. Previously to 2016, except for the final approach and departure, where you're clearly concentrated because you hope to land on the runway. Yes. Apart from that, planes were dispersed. So if we take, for example, at South London, planes would come in on easterly arrivals, they would come in over South London, turn over central London to land in London City. When they were coming over South London, they could be anywhere from Bermondsey in the north to Crystal Palace in the south. So they were spread out. And to be quite honest, for most people in South London, therefore it was not a problem, because it was just the occasional plane. And it might be the occasional plane in addition to some of the Heathrow planes, because South London's heavily overflown by Heathrow planes. Now in 2016, what happened was all the planes, let's stick with South London as an example, but it could be anywhere else. All the planes were concentrated. So if you go from a straight line from Dartford, over Lewisham, Dulwich, Stockwell Oval, we would have a very narrow band. And all the planes go down that band. I was speaking to one MP in South East London who was very sympathetic, and I said, "Why are you so sympathetic?" It's always nice to have an MP who's sympathetic. And I said, "Why are you so sympathetic?" Well, she said, "They go down my street. The planes go along my street, and the band is almost as narrow as that." Now, when you've got a band of as narrow as that, you're getting all the planes. And because the planes have got to be below the Heathrow planes, they're not allowed to fly in South London higher than 2,000 feet. You have got a narrow band of planes, one after the other, but all the planes landing on a particular day under 2,000 feet. And so suddenly you get from dispersal, where the odd plane was not really a problem, to if you're the unlucky ones, you're getting all the planes. And I think London City would acknowledge, because they published the figures, complaints went up between 4 times and 5 times, but fivefold within a year. So, as I say, that was almost, I think I said in my proof, that was a seismic change. And that has driven a lot of the community complaints ever since.
And what relevance, if any, do you say that the concentration of the flight paths of 2016 has to the present proposals to fly on Saturday afternoon?
It's hugely relevant, because if you were dispersed anywhere between Bermondsey and Crystal Palace on a Saturday afternoon, if this proposal went through, you would see the occasional plane flying over, and you probably wouldn't notice it. What happens now is, because you're going down my street, as it were, you most certainly will notice the difference. And the big thing for people who are overflown in a concentrated way is they above all notice when they get their days off, because the planes are so noticeable when the days when they're flying, then when they get their days off, they look forward to it, they notice it. In fact, none of our members plan big events, maybe birthdays or what have you, around it. So that is why I believe there's so much public opposition to this Saturday afternoon, because it's taking away the break that they look forward to, and they look forward to it. One of the big reasons for that is because of the concentrated flight paths.
That takes us very nicely on to my last few questions, which are specifically about Saturday afternoons and the sort of specific value or otherwise of Saturday afternoons. So if I could take you please to paragraph 5.8.14 of Mr. Greer's proof.
Right.
Um,
That's Mr. Greer's.
Yes, it's Mr. Greer's proof.
5.8.
So it's page 33, PDF page 34, and it's paragraph 5.8.14.
Yeah.
And at that paragraph, Mr. Greer says that the weekend noise assessment is a supplementary metric, and as such, there's no specific policy or guidance on how changes in weekend noise should be interpreted. For this assessment, the same criteria regarding absolute noise levels and relative changes in noise levels have been used to rate the impacts of weekend air noise as have been used to rate the impacts of daytime air noise. This is considered to be a conservative approach, as any noise level or change in noise level experienced for only 2 days a week would inherently be expected to have a lesser impact than the same noise level or change in noise level experienced 7 days a week. So the point then is that on a quantitative level, changes in noise impacts at weekends are going to be much less significant than throughout the week because it's only 2 days. What would be your response to that?
Well, one or two things. First of all, it is additional noise. It's additional days with noise. But I think it relates very much to my last answer. It's noise in the value break for people living under the concentrated flight paths. And it's everybody living under the concentrated flight paths, not just those under the newly concentrated flight paths, but those closer to the airport and arrivals and departures. They get a break on Saturday right now. There will be a significant difference because they no longer get their break on a Saturday. And I think that is hugely valued. And we heard from Sir Stephen Timms earlier it seems like an age ago now, but it was only before Christmas. We heard from Sir Stephen Timms, who's been a big supporter of the airport. He cannot support the Saturday afternoon proposal because that was almost the deal done with local people. The airport is coming your way if you will get the break. And this is taking away that break. And even though it's only, it's only part of the weekend, that's its significance, and it's more significant than it seems at first sight.
And then very last couple of questions. I think we're going to be done by 5. If I could just ask you to take up your rebuttal proof, please.
Yeah.
Please, nice and short.
It is. I can't get lost in 2 pages.
And so paragraph 1.2 of this is talking about the value of urban green space, and you note data from the Natural England and the Office for official statistics from Natural England regarding adults' reported use of nature. Adults' year 3 annual reports. This is a survey that began during COVID and has been monitoring time spent in nature and time spent in green space and people's attitudes to that. I don't propose to go to it now, but the survey itself is CD 3.8.14. That statistical bulletin found that you said here that almost 2 in 3 adults had visited a green and natural space in the previous 14 days in the 3rd year, that this was higher than in the previous year, not by much, but by a bit, and higher again than in the first year. That in the 3rd year, urban green spaces such as parks, fields or playgrounds were the most commonly visited green and natural spaces by around 50% of adults. And that around 4 in 10 adults said that wildlife or nature was more important than ever to their well-being. That's more important even than the first 2 years of the survey, or that visiting local green and natural spaces had been even more important to their well-being. What do you say is the relevance of this data that you've put in as a rebuttal to the decision that the inspectors have to make on these proposals?
Yeah, I think this is hugely significant because, I mean, what this is saying, I think I would 1.2.2, I would highlight, and I have highlighted, urban green spaces, because we're talking about an urban area. London City Airport is not just an urban airport, it flies over an urban area. And what this survey, which is a credible survey, is saying is that people hugely value their urban green spaces. And I think it doesn't quite say this, but I think from experience, we would know that people are probably more likely be in urban green spaces on a Saturday and a Sunday than during the week. So I think if you're in an urban green space on a Saturday and you're enjoying it, it's either no planes or concentrated planes. And that's the option because of the concentration of the routes. If you're going to add Saturday and you're in a park or anywhere else, you either got no planes or all the planes, all the concentrated planes. And that, I would argue, is a significant difference.
And dead on 5 o'clock. Thank you very much, Mr. Stewart. I don't have any further questions for you, but you are in Purda overnight, so we can't now talk.
I don't go to fancy hotel, no?
Thank you very much. Let's just take the microphone.
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Lane. So that concludes your examination, Chief. You are, as you've just been told, having to isolate overnight, unfortunately. So that it does include electronic communication as well. So welcome to our world as inspectors, where we have to stay away from everyone. So thank you very much, everyone, for a productive day. We'll reconvene tomorrow at 9:30. So hopefully we get a bit of an earlier Friday finish. We'll conclude the evidence of Mr. Stewart and then Dr. Nold as well. So thank you for everyone's efforts today, and I wish everyone a good evening. Thank you. Oh, you love this timetable, Mr. Straker, don't you?
What I've marked up. Wednesday, Tuesday, the 23rd of January.
Yes.
It's going to be a 10 o'clock or a 9:30 start.
Can I advise you first thing tomorrow and remind me if, yeah, I'll have a look.
You have in mind.
Yes, no, that's helpful. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. You can leave your papers here. Yes. Yes.
The room's always locked. And I think that's the reason. I think.
It's just fruit. Yeah.
Well, then we'll take it as between us. No, you know.
We've had post-it notes go missing, you know, so very important post-it notes they've got.
Well, I think that. That's the